because
Not live.
The stream. I was going to do some type of like SpongeBob reference here, but I can't think of anything the narrator would say.
The bikini bottom. Lovely place.
the Goo Lagoon. I always love the way that he said Goo Lagoon.
Is that just how I get started with doing the Maxime accent? The bikini bottom.
It's always like Hagrid.
Hagrid.
That's the line you use to get into the French character. Goo Lagoon.
Goo Lagoon. Oui. Bonjour.
The ocean, so big, so blue, so wet. I remember someone talking about once, and it was kind of funny. Was watching this streamer who was kind of doing a silly Italian accent, and someone in his chat asked him genuinely, like, "Hey, why is it that like making fun of other accents is bad, but like people can do Italian accents?" And the streamer was just like, "Look, you can always make fun of British accents, French accents, and Italian accents because they're colonial powers. This is our way of getting back at them."
Mm-hmm. Well, the Italian accents because it's Axis powers more specifically.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you say about Italians?
Also, it's just funny. Like, speaking as an Italian, it's just fucking funny. I don't know what to tell
You don't even have to do an accent. Just start doing like stuff with your hands.
Do the stuff with your hands and then speak in a rhythm where like you stress the second to last syllable of everything that you say. Because that's literally how Italians speak. It's very bouncy language. That's why the baba the from what is it, Family Guy is really funny because that's exactly how it sounds.
That new Donkey Kong game that's coming out here soon. I saw someone talk about it where they were just like, I need Mario to show up at the end as the final boss, as if he's like the devil or something. And he just shows up like, it's me, spaghetti.
All right, guys. I think it's time to do the thing. We've waited long enough. Everyone ready? Everyone good?
Yep.
Ready.
Yay. Hold on to your butts.
My butt is...
All right. We find ourselves rejoining the scene that we were in last we were here. The starry night sky is mirrored in the ceiling above you in the Great Hall. The twinkle and spiral of the galaxy overhead is mirrored in the dozens upon dozens of floating candles that miraculously don't seem to drip wax all over the students underneath them.
It's a real magic.
Your sorting was a harrowing experience for some of you. and for others, deeply affirming, and for others, exceptionally confusing. But with the final student's name called, and everyone back at their seats, you look around you at the concourse of new faces, new children just like you, starting their journey in this wizarding world. Let our feast commence! The headmistress juts out her arms, and the table in front of you is awash with different platters of foods, appetizers, main courses, sides, and desserts aplenty. All there for feasting, all there for you to enjoy. For some of you, this is more food than you have ever seen in your entire life. And for others, this is a little bit like what you would expect for a place as notoriously opulent as Hogwarts. Everything you could want is at your fingertips, both food and company. Our scene turns and slides down upon one such table. Tamsin. Are you here, Mara? Please be here.
I'm here.
Mara.
Yay! Wonderful. One thing I am going to do is I will throw up the slideshow. Oh. Yikes. Share screen. Tamsin, you find yourself at the Ravenclaw table, surrounded on all sides by generally a quiet atmosphere, which is not exactly what you would expect from a bunch of children your age. There are a couple of girls seated to the right and left of you, and just a couple of boys across. Most of them seem fairly quiet. How do you feel having been sorted?
She's a little excited, just to kind of see what comes next. She's content with the house she's been placed in. It's not where she thought she would end up, but she's not upset about it. In hindsight, she thinks this is probably a little better anyway than where she wanted to go.
There's a girl sitting across from you that kind of drums her fingers against the table. She's got this short blonde bob sort of hairstyle. She's kind of curiously and nervously looking around. Well, nothing for it. I suppose that I'll have to take point in this. Sir Shoal Sullivan, pleasure to meet you all. She gets up, puts her hands on the table and leans forward across and thrusts her hand out towards you.
Tamsin will give her an easy smile. Tamsin Calloway, nice to meet you as well.
Pleasure to meet you, Tamsin. Brett, James, a boy sitting next to her kind of raises his hand and shakes hers. Her handshake, she kind of grips your hand and sort of shimmies your arm quite violently. She's got a bit of an arm on her. You notice. Reese Castelli, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. And you are? Not interested? The girl next to you with this long, dark ponytail just kind of turns her face away from Saoirse, not at all interested in the conversation, it seems. Right. Well, that's unfortunate. And you? Billy? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Billy. Well, we have a nice spread of people in this. We have a nice spread of people in this house. There's dead silence.
Let me play the cricket sound effect in the background.
Yeah, I think Tamsin feels bad and like she'll lean over. That's exactly it. Tamsin like leans forward and she goes, "Bigger group than some of the other houses." Most of our year seems to have gone to Gryffindor, though. There's so many of them right
There's
now.
a laughter. There's a laughter that comes from next to you, from a girl with similarly dark hair, but two buns on either side of her head. Well, yeah, Gryffindor is the most popular house, so it makes sense. I thought you couldn't choose your house. I just got in there and you told me Ravenclaw worked. Reese says. Drusilla raises an eyebrow. Well, I mean, yeah, but think about it. Not too many kids are preoccupied in studies now, are they?
That's fair, but I mean, by that logic, you'd think there'd be more Hufflepuffs.
There are more Hufflepuffs. The black-haired girl, Janice, pipes up. Take a look at them. They're like screaming behind us. Well, I think they sound fun, Saoirse says. Certainly more fun than staying in silence, no offense.
Tam's just like, that's a solid point. Tam's just kind of nods at that. Fair enough. I mean, there's something to be said about silence in a good book.
Well, yes, I quite agree. Billy, from across the way, pipes up. It's all fine and good to be spirited, but I think if I was sorted into Hufflepuff, I might get a little drowned out. Oh, please. It's a really good... I see it as a great opportunity. Everyone's talking. There's no pressure to speak up. You're getting asked questions. Getting annoyed by constant questions, more like. Janice says. Drusilla leans over to you, Tamsin. Well, she's certainly going to be fun.
Tamsin leans over. The gallant bets that she tries to steal the best seat in the common room.
That's a fool's bet, I think. It's almost assured that she does. Unless we beat her to it.
I'll distract her and you can claim it.
She gives you like a wry smile. Tamsin, I think you and I are going to be great friends. And she like holds her hand underneath the table for you to shake.
She will shake her hand.
So, does everyone here like Quidditch? Saoirse shouts. You hear like a muted kind of from everyone sort of at the table.
I think you're definitely at the wrong house for that.
Oh, you've got to.
I mean, I play, but not.
You'll play? Well,
Yeah, I like to have a well-rounded.
I'm looking to try out for the team this year. Will you try out with me, please? Please say you will.
Tamsin like leans back at her enthusiasm. Yeah, sure. I was thinking about going for keeper, maybe.
Yes. Oh, thank goodness. I was worried that everyone here wasn't gonna try out. It can't be just the smart house, right?
Well, I mean, we manage to field a team each year, but we rarely win.
Well, it's not so much about the winning, it's about the playing. Getting out there, feeling the wind in your hair, the spray of rain against your skin on a stormy day, but you still have to play.
Tamsin kind of blinks at that. I'm not really a fan of being outside in the rain, but like I said, I need more extracurriculars. We don't have a lot of options until later, so.
Oh, that's right. Reese says. Aren't we barred from taking extracurriculars until like third year? That's what I heard, Billy says. I think it's so we can focus on our studies for the first 2 years. Personally, I don't see what the big deal is, Drusilla says. In fact, I think I'd quite like doing at least a few clubs. What are we supposed to do after classes? Just sort of study, sit around, wait for the next day? I think studying, which would be apt, Janice says. We aren't here to just have fun. Brett makes this kind of face like, ooh. Oh, well, we can always try to hang out together. I don't see why we should be stuck not conversing or letting it stop us from having fun. That's the spirit. And Saoirse yells and then claps a hand on his back, and he sort of goes rigid, like someone struck him with a 1,000,000-to-1 shot. Thanks, Saoirse.
Tamsin will kind of turn towards Janice. We could even form a study group if you wanted.
As if I need it.
Maybe not, but it's got to be more fun than studying alone.
Yeah, I'll pass. Thanks. And she turns and continues eating her food.
Tamsin just kind of shrugs. Fair enough. Let the rest of you in?
Absolutely, Quidditch buddy, Saoirse says. I don't see why not. Drusilla agrees. Yeah, I guess Sure, Reese says. If everyone else is okay with it, then I don't see why not. Billy pipes up. Drusilla leans over to you. We are so getting that bed.
100%. She can be alone in the worst spot in the room, I guess.
Someone tells me she's going to be alone for the foreseeable future. And that is when we're going to cut away from this scene. Thank you,
I want to
Mara.
say, Jess, that was really good.
I'm
Good
trying.
job.
This is the first
Yeah.
time that I'm doing like multiple characters at once.
Woo,
Top
Anna.
notch.
That was
Anna's
awesome.
the best. We love Anna.
Woo! All right. Moving over. This is not what I want. Stop present. Moving over, we find our scene at the Gryffindor table. Awash with the color red, a lot of these students seem to be climbing over each other to try to get food and drink and just sort of aimlessly chattering. The two girls that look like identical twins have been loud since the moment that the feast started, and continue to be very loud, just talking amongst themselves very excitedly. What I'm going to say, I'm going to go around since there are so many of you. What are all of you putting on your plate? I'll start, I guess, from the top and go over. Rupert, what are you doing?
Bagel
What are you
Torres,
eating?
cottage cream, pumpkin cheesecake. Sis, look at this.
He's grabbing all the desserts.
Lorelai.
Lorelai is grabbing herself as well as an extra plate with greens and actual protein and stuff, and like grabbing Rupert's plate and putting that in its place. You got to eat at least 3 greens. You know Mom's rules. And then you can have these.
I hate root vegetables. I eat potatoes.
Well, you have to eat at least 3 green beans.
Yeah.
He looks like he's gonna throw up when he put it on his plate. He looks so disgusted.
They're probably a lot better here than they are at home.
I'll tell Mum you said that.
You and I both know that she does not season for shit. Last time she used just salt, and it tasted terrible, and she barely cooked it. It was nearly raw.
I love Mum's cooking.
You cry every time she tries to make you eat a piece of broccoli.
Well, that's because it's green. Oh my goodness! Look, it's like slow roasted pork. Now that's what we're talking about. Apple chutney.
You have one of those too, I see. Lorelai, from next to you, a girl with short brown hair that looks exactly like one of the other girls next to her, kind of leans over to you, and she's currently filling up a plate that's not her own with a whole bunch of vegetables. My brother's the same way about his vegetables.
I think it's a boy thing, to be honest. You never see it with girls and everything, but I don't know. I've never had any girlfriends or anything.
Oh, it for sure is a boy thing. Even Sally's not as bad about her vegetables.
Is that your sister?
Yeah, currently she's... Sally, stop annoying Stop annoying Logan. Oh, but it's so fun. It's
You've got
not.
one of those too, don't you? He says, mirroring what they said.
Right, well, I'm stuck with Rupert. Logan and I think Logan, right? That's from the sword team.
Yeah, for what it's worth. Logan pipes up. And I don't need you fussing over me. Mom does that enough. Well, Mom's not here, so I have to make sure that you get at least something on your plate that's not a protein and a bunch of sugar.
Rupert's going to slide over to him like a pumpkin ravioli. Sage butter.
He's gonna look down at it, like kind of side eye it, and slowly like slide the plate over to him and like give you a nod.
There's plants in it.
I've been eating. I've been eating. Tell me one thing that you've been eating. This thing. This thing. Yeah, it's got a plant in it. What plant?
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
Prove
Sam?
it. What does it taste like?
It tastes like a pumpkin, like a gourd. You know how gourds taste. Do you know how gourds taste? Sam says.
Do you even know what a gourd is?
Yeah, it's what a pumpkin is, obviously.
Rupert
Sally
nods like, good job, you're
laughing.
doing good so far.
Sally has her head back and she's dying. This is too funny. Shut up, Sally. Sorry. What gourds taste like. Oh, it's so ridiculous. Why aren't you paying as much attention to what Sally's eating? She's only eating desserts.
Hey! Samesies!
Hey, she like snaps and points over at you. Let me worry about what Sally's eating. Thank you, Sam says. Sally. Yes, Sam. You have to eat a vegetable. She reaches over, plucks one green bean, slides it into her mouth, chews like twice, swallows it. Is that good? Fair enough. And she turns. Hey, what? She just gets away with it. Yeah, but she's not the one that needs help. So, here. And she like...
Yeah, you kind of look like you have scurvy.
I do not have scurvy. You're gonna have scurvy if you don't eat these vegetables. And she replaces his plate of sweets with the plate of just vegetables that she has accumulated. He just goes,
See, do you want to get scurvy and look like that? You better eat some vegetables.
and we're gonna move over. Maxwell, what are you currently loading your plate up with?
Maxwell is currently loading it up with some rolls, some baked potato soup, beef, and asparagus.
Oh, so very like nicely done plate.
Yes, it's very arranged very nicely. He's very much. You can see him arranging me like right there, and yes, finally ready. I think I have to do this.
Could you pass me the asparagus, please? A boy from next to you, who you heard, Nate, you think? Kind of points over to the plate of asparagus. I can't reach it, and I don't want to reach over you.
Yes, certainly. Nate, was it?
Yeah. Maxwell, right?
Yes. Maxwell Skeeter, pleasure to meet you.
Oh, Skeeter. I do not tell you anything, right?
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Thanks for the asparagus.
No, I'm curious. What is it, Nate? What was your last name?
Matthias.
Matthias. Is that true?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you'll have to tell them because I seem to recall your name being Matthews when they announced it.
Oh, yeah, the typo. Must have been.
I'm sure.
A girl across from him, long blonde hair, starts to laugh. They don't make typos. The Book of Admittance writes down everyone's names. Well, there must have been something wrong with the magic then. Performance issues probably happens all the time. Yeah, I don't think that's how that works. Sadie, Mild, nice to meet you. We met though, didn't we?
Yes. Is your father's one of the professors, is he not?
Yeah, he's the Muggle Studies professor.
Is he recovering well from that owl attack that happened?
Yes. It took him a couple of days before he could set foot in the owlry again. I had to send his mail for him. It was kind of awkward. But he has recovered now, for the most part.
That's good to hear. It was such a strange occurrence, though. The owl attack, and then Borgin and Burks apparently had shattered windows everywhere. It was all on the Prophet this morning, but quite the day when we were there, don't you think?
Yeah, a bunch of strange things tend to happen, though, right? It's a wizarding world, so it's to be expected, I think.
Don't I know it? Always something happening. But tell me, if your father's professor, does that mean have you been to the school before then, or have you?
Oh, I live here, full time. Dad has room and board, so I kind of grew up here.
So you're already familiar with where we'll be spending a lot of time then? Ever gone
Look,
exploring?
Vern, it's so cool. Rupert saying, mouthful of food in the background.
Yeah, for the most part, I know all the teachers here, and at least most of them know me by name now. So, yeah, if anyone needs any help with getting around, I could probably show them.
My mother's told me about several of the teachers here. Is Professor Bin still around?
Oh, yes, he's a little silly. But yeah, for this foreseeable future and past, he'll still be here. I'm pretty sure he'll still be here long after a lot of us leave.
How dreadful. From the stories my mother's told me, that man can. Well, he could probably put anyone to sleep, no matter what. Cure for narcolepsy or insomnia, whichever one I think. Insomnia, that's the one.
Why is he like super old? A girl pipes up, long silver hair from the end of the table. Or is he super old and boring?
From what I've heard, both. But do you want me? Oh, sorry.
Well, I know this is a boarding school, so I was kind of worried that all of our teachers would just be like, dried out old fogies or something like that.
Some of them might be, but Bins is a. Well, do you want me to spoil the surprise, or would you rather find out along with most of the others?
There's a surprise.
Well, from what I. Oh, it's. Well, let's see. You unfamiliar with Hogwarts? Professor Bins is a very special case of how he retains his position, from what I've been told.
He isn't sleeping with one of the other teachers, is he? Sally like leans over and Sam like pops a hand over her mouth. Sally! Please, not in public.
I'm not even sure Bins is capable of sleeping, but it would be quite the scandal if he was doing that.
Julia, you have been quietly kind of getting your food and trying to draw as little attention to yourself as humanly possible. And for the most part, it's been working. But you have been listening. What does your plate look like, and what is Julia doing?
Julia definitely has like a very organized plate. Like things are sectioned off incredibly well. And I think it's like she has like those soft rolls. She has like a bowl of soup. And she like occasionally like dips some of her roll into the soup and all that. Um, uh, so she basically is very much just like, yes, I have just the soft foods here. So if I start choking, I'm probably I've got a better chance of surviving. um,
Good soup.
She's like that kitten full of soup.
The kitten full of soup.
she's got the like the vegetable soup where like the vegetables all become really soft in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're all talking about like, oh hey yeah, like we gotta remember to eat your vegetables, and Julia's over here like, I really like my vegetables. I I kind of like to imagine that even though Julia's not been drawing attention to herself, like not um kind of just keeping her head low, is that it's just like while everyone's been talking, it's like I heard that if you eat pumpkin seeds, a pumpkin will grow in your stomach. I Vegetables are really good for you. But yeah, I know that people are kind of weird, wary around skeeters because they get in people's business. Like she's just been kind of like very
Just
very
making
innocent
little
for
comments.
like trying to contribute, but very much just like, hey yeah, I'm trying to be part of the team, part of the club, but also please don't look at me.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I think you say the thing about pumpkins. Oh no, you were gonna say something?
Oh, I was just gonna turn to Julia and be like, Julia, do you know the thing about Professor Bins?
Um, it,
I'm gonna give her a heart attack.
well,
I-
I mean, don't you said that he's gonna probably stay here long after most students. I mean, don't most teachers keep their jobs after students leave?
I think Sadie laughs and like says, yes, but he's a little bit of a special case. He's been teaching here for a long, long, long time.
Like for a couple of decades?
Decades, centuries.
Is he the ghost?
No, he's actually cursed. Sally leans over towards you, Julia. I heard that there are some people in Hogwarts that once they set foot in the building, they become cursed and they can never leave.
Julia, like her eyes are very wide. Like, how would you know if you got? How would you know if you got cursed?
I second this question.
She there's a little glint in her eye. See, that's the thing. You don't know that you're cursed. One day you set foot into Hogwarts school. The next, you can never set one foot out of the building ever again.
Pat yourself on. It's not a curse. They just died here.
Hogwarts is known for its ghosts, right? There's a lot of ghosts. It's because people are getting cursed and then staying here forever.
So if you die here, you're stuck here forever.
That's
I guess that's one way of looking at it.
Oh, it's just.
Oh,
I think I
try
just
not
lost
to
my
do that.
appetite.
yeah, sure. Death is so common here.
I think I just lost my appetite. Nate says and kind of sets his fork down. There isn't a curse. There's not a curse. Sadie says, quite definitively. You'll be fine. Everyone will be fine.
I believe the curse is actually just taking Professor Bin's class, though. That's the real curse.
It's a curse that, unfortunately, all of us are going to have to deal with then, until we can start dropping classes. I think around 5th year.
Hello, Nugget.
That's not Nugget.
Oh.
That's my dog. Sorry.
Nugget
Oh.
is quiet as a church mouse right now.
My apologies, Nugget.
I guarantee you, if I got up to check, it would be nothing. There'd be nothing but at the door. but my dog is just like, I'm bored. I'm gonna start defending the house from nothing.
Defend the house from ghosts.
Well, I know that there are, regardless of a ghost, I guess, or a curse. I did hear that they have a Quidditch team. I've been learning a little bit about the sport, and it seems interesting. The girl with silver hair, Darcy, speaks up. Is anyone else interested? I heard it's house by house, so.
You're talking about Quidditch?
Yeah.
I'll be careful. People get hurt a lot.
I don't mind a few bumps and scrapes. I'm partial to sports myself, so.
Lorelai told me that some students even go missing, but they often turn up after a month or two.
Where do they go?
Nobody knows.
They get taken by the sky, Sally says. No, they don't, Logan says.
Julia, trauma hour.
I think I'll take my chances, Darcy says. It doesn't seem like she believes much of this. I'm just kind of new to all this. It's all different for me, so I'm willing to try mostly anything. And people seem to be super into Quidditch. Seems to be like a big sport, so.
Mine's a lot fun. We used to do it all the time around in the farm.
Oh, really?
Well, I used to. Rupert is terrified of it.
Rupert smiles.
Well, if anyone wants to, I heard that there's tryouts. Not a lot of first years apparently get on the team, but I think I'll be trying it out. I would like to have some company if anyone's interested.
I don't know how well I do in a team sport, but I'd give a crack at it.
Absolutely, Sam says. I've been trying to ask Sally to join too, but she's not budging. I'm not budging, and I never will. This is all you, sis.
You can count me in as well. Always wanted to fly a broom, be a bit closer to the sky.
I don't want anybody to get eaten up by the sky, so I guess I'll be there too. Are there ways to protect yourself from splinters?
You can wear gloves.
Okay.
Most people do, in fact.
I mean, like, splinters can be really persistent if they,
Well, if you're impaling your hand, I think you have a different problem. I think maybe you should be watching where you're putting your hands.
That's of all the issues in Quidditch, splinters is hardly the largest one.
You could fall and crack your head open.
Could collide with another player. Do the same.
You could
The
get
broom
like
could stall,
crows.
and you could fall that way.
Could get struck by lightning.
I heard a Dementor attacked someone once.
Ah, yes, that was such a massive incident. Swarmed the whole field.
Yeah,
The headmaster picked them off.
Julia's just like, that's interesting. And like you see her like as she's taking a scoop, like a spoonful of soup, and it's just her hand is shaking and she gets like a little bit to her mouth.
She's like, Julia, you all see Julia. It's like she white knuckle is gripping her spoon and shaking like a leaf. By the time she scoops up like a spoonful of soup, it's mostly been shaken out of her grasp as she like, puts it into her mouth.
Julia, do you want some help?
Oh, what? No, I'm fine. All cool over here in Juliatown.
You've hardly taken any real bites. It's all over the front of you.
That's me just playing with my food. It's like a fun game.
Right. Well, she's more or less to grab a napkin and like, hand it over to her.
Thanks. The most fun part of any game is the cleanup. Because then, you can
I have a tide
have
marker in
safer environment for the next game.
I have a tide marker in my luggage if you want when we get back.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
I have a tide marker in my luggage if you want when we get back. Like one of those. I don't. Do you guys not?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't really be. I don't know if you'd
markers?
have that.
I don't know if the Tide marker was.
Oh no, yeah,
Yes,
we might actually. Yeah, we could. Yeah,
It's a useful object.
Yeah, Julia would know about it. So yeah, she'd be like, "Oh, thank you."
Right. She's gonna take one of Rupert's desserts and like slide it over to Julia to pat her hand.
Julia's like takes a bite of the dessert to be like, yeah, super cool over here. Like takes a bite of the pumpkin cheesecake, like mouthful of food, like, yeah, what, nothing to worry about.
Oh dear.
There's a seed in it.
Super chill over here.
Sally from next to you.
Out a chunk of food, like
Sally from next to you like smacks your back to try to help you.
And Julia is like afterwards, like kind of is like red in the face, embarrassed, but is like, yeah, all good.
Oh dear, Sadie says. Well, at least we're getting along.
I can't imagine that any house wouldn't get along. Aren't you put into it for having similar personalities?
Well, you can. Not so much similar personalities. I've always heard it like we're put into where we could develop most. Sort of like where we can, the place where we can grow the most.
Rupert seems kind of sad. That makes more sense.
I always heard it was something about our values. Logan speaks up. Although I can't imagine some people getting in based on that.
Side-eyeing Julia.
Mm-hmm.
And then his sister.
Uh-huh. I mean, I know why I got in. Peel's always get into Gryffindor.
Oh, so you're a Nepo baby.
Wouldn't that make you and your brother?
Oh. No. My
Wasn't...
dad was Gryffindor, but it doesn't. It was just my dad.
Just meant to say, wasn't Dad Gryffindor?
It was just my dad. It's not like my mom was. She didn't even go here. She was a muggle.
Well, she is a muggle. She's still a muggle.
Right.
Unless she became a wizard later. I've heard that's what can happen, Sally says.
Where would you have heard that?
Oh, you know, places around experience.
Insight check.
Same.
She said enough shit. Natural fuck. Oh, wait, sorry. Damn it. I rolled a nat 20, but it was on my home dice.
Yeah.
I need to actually roll. Damn it.
I want to roll too.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
I
You
stole
got
it from Alex.
Again!
Thank you.
Again!
Thank you. I'm ready for the insight check. Insight check. Roll.
I rolled a 16.
18.
Yeah, hold on. Actually, let me do something. Ooh.
I feel like Lorelai and Maxwell, like, their eyes meet across the table.
So, Julia, there's something there, like, you know that that's not possible, but she seems so sure of herself that you think to yourself for a second, wait a minute, am I wrong? Can muggles develop magic? Rupert, this can't possibly be true at all. Like, in any conception of what she's saying, like, from all the books that you've read, from what your father has told you, from what you know of the wizarding world, no, it is not possible for muggles to develop magic. But again, she is super sure of herself in such a convincing way that it doesn't seem like she's lying. So
I think it might be mistaken, but you know, we can always look it up sometime.
Maxwell and Lorelai, she's lying through her fucking teeth, but she's making it look so easy. Like she's completely rewritten the truth in her head to make it fit just the lie that she just made up. Like she's ready to die on this hill.
She's an expert level liar.
Yeah.
I think Lorelai, like, she doesn't say anything, but she, like, starts smiling, that kind of smile you get when you know you're in on a secret.
Mm-hmm.
And she, like, nods a little bit at her. Like, it's harmless, carry on.
She winks at you.
Well, I can't say I've ever heard of such a thing, but perhaps you could prove me wrong. have anything that identifies it?
Oh, I absolutely could. There are plenty of books in the library that'll say the same thing.
Ah, so you must know one of the titles of these books then.
Yeah, Hogwarts of History. Look it up.
Really? I've read that one. Doesn't mention anything about that though.
Oh,
Well,
it
you
does.
can't
In the early
possibly have
chapters.
memorized the book.
In the early chapters, Quill and Ink. It's right in there. Some muggles got into Hogwarts way later because their magic developed.
You probably just forgot about it.
I haven't
Side
read
eye
Hogwarts
Lorelei,
history.
like really?
She's going to like smile at him like, no, let them believe that.
Julia, like, because she's convinced that it could be real, she's just like gonna say to Maxwell, like, memory loss does, occur in people much later in life, but there are cases where it happens younger.
What are
Rupert?
you implying about me right now?
I'm just, making sure you're keeping your health in mind.
It's very kind of you to worry about my health, but don't worry, I'm not suffering any memory problems. My mind is sound.
Maybe there's like 2 different editions of the book. One with the chapter on the Muggles.
And then one written by Miss Peel.
It could happen, she says. No,
Very
it
well
literally
could.
can't. I'm 90% sure you're illiterate, Logan says. I mean, those are 10% odds. I'll take them. Oh my god, shut up. And we will cut away from the Gryffindor table.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Can't believe I might be friends with the Peel twins in this. Peel triplets.
Right.
Mhm.
All right. I am going to take a quick bio break, but from there, we will move on to our final table. One moment.
You mean she's got to take
Ooh.
a piss?
Go piss,
Oh.
girl.
Okay.
Lovely observation, Rupert.
Thank you.
I don't listen. Nate's now on my shit list. It's like, what'd you say about my mom? And me, by extension. You'd think people would be like, "Don't say it in
Yeah, like
Maxwell's
the whole
ear."
time they were talking about how people were sorted. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you finish.
My internet might be slowing down a little bit again. Sorry.
What a hell of a delay.
Yeah. Ian, why don't you say your thing?
Yeah, it's like, gee, you think you wouldn't mention, any grief you have with Rita Skeeter within earshot of her son? Like, come on, people. At that point, you've earned it.
Yeah.
It's like, don't shit talk within direct range of her informant.
All right, I am back. Hopefully that was quick enough.
Woo.
All right. Hey, Maya.
Buenas tardes.
Oh my god. You're speaking the song of your people.
Sí.
Over at...
No, that's
They-
Lakuracha.
Stop. Don't say
Banned.
banned.
from
Illegal. Over at the small Slytherin table, you will have already dug into your meal well into this. Like the introductions are a little bit over. You would know a lot of your housemates by now. Gemma Drayton, who seems to be sitting up very promptly, elbows off the table, eating her food. Ernesia, who you met actually down in Nocturne Alley, who seems quite pleased to have a familiar face at her table. The boy Levi from your group that went into Diagon Alley together, and another girl who seems quite sullen, Taylor, who is just sort of quietly eating next to you. Levi currently is looking up at the ceiling and just kind of bobbing his head back and forth. You don't think those are gonna fall on us, do you?
I mean, if they're smart enough, they enchanted them not to.
Oh, you can do that?
I mean, yeah. By normal means. I mean, if they're really smart, though, I mean, a strong piece of duct tape and it's stuck there forever.
Laughing is Ernesia. I think you got it the first time. Enchanted, most likely. Oh,
Yeah.
most definitely. Gemma says, her nose turned up. I hear everything in this castle is enchanted, from the ceilings to the staircases.
Well, last I checked, we did attend a magic school.
You see her, she just does a little... Right. Of course. Well, I mean, not
Pretty
everything.
weird if the, enchanted school was somehow not enchanted.
Right. How enchanted are we talking? Are all of our classes going to be magical? Are they going to write our names on the desks and are we going to be forced to sit there?
No names on the desk, I'm pretty sure. I suspect that most of your classes will be enchanted unless you end up taking Muggle art or Muggle studies. I don't know how super enchanted those get.
Well, no one's going to be taking Muggle studies immediately, Ernesia says.
Right.
I don't think we have those until third year.
Yeah, with our other electives.
Oh, Levi says. So what classes do we have to start?
Herbology, Transfiguration, Charms, History of Magic.
Is there not a math or an English class or something?
I mean, eventually we'll take arithmancy.
English? Why would you need to learn English? You speak it just fine, Gemma says. It's more like a reading class. You can read, can't you? Yes, yeah, I can read. Okay. Is that what they teach you in those schools? Oh my goodness, can Muggles not even read? They can...
3. We're on 3.
What did you say?
She's like, 3. We're on 3.
3 what? Ernesia, kind of leans over to you.
Oh, 3 pure blood microaggressions.
Please. Gemma says.
Oh, are you one of those woke people? Man.
What was your name again?
Another woke liberal.
Baptiste?
That would be my last name. My first name is Juno, which I believe I've said at least 3 times now.
Right. Well, Juno, Baptiste. I think it should be fairly obvious, coming to a school like this, that you should at least try to learn a little bit about what the school has and what it offers. Instead of some, backwater assumptions about what it's supposed to have. Backwater, Levi says to himself.
Interesting. So, are you always this blatant about it?
About the proper way to do things? Yes.
No, I mean, are you always this blatant with your ignorance?
I know a lot. Thank you very much.
Please. If anything, I'm not the one being ignorant about what goes on in a magic school. So.
Right. Anyway, aside from your whole thing,
Yikes, Ernesia says, kind of rubs at her neck.
yeah. So is anybody doing Quidditch, or?
Oh, absolutely. Ernesia, rests her elbows on the table. Are you?
Well, Tamsin said that they were going to, so I have to join in order to ensure that they remember where we stand here.
Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was going to be the only one. There are only, 5 people here? And no offense, most of them don't look like they can hold a broom. I've never been on a broom, Levi says. That's pretty evident, Ernesia says, kind of lightheartedly.
Don't worry, lots of people don't end up on brooms. I think we do get a flying class, though, so that should make that pretty easy.
Oh, do we actually do flying in flying class? Levi says. He looks a little nervous.
Just the first year, and then you never have to take it again.
Thank goodness. Right, it's just to teach us not to fall off brooms or something like that.
Right. In case some people do want to do Quidditch and they've, again, never touched a broom, get everyone's feet in the water a bit.
I'm personally going to be trying out for the beater position. I think it works for me.
Try and stay out of your way.
Well, there's 2 beaters.
Oh, no. I'm more of a seeker, personally.
Oh, really?
Of course.
Like to sort of get the lay of the land?
I just like knowing that I hold the fate of the entire game in my hands.
That's a really good way to go about it. Taylor from next to you, who has been deadly silent up until this point, finally speaks. You get to essentially not play for most of the game, and then just come in at the end.
Right. Plus, it's always a little bit more eyes on you. Everyone loves a seeker.
I guess.
Are you gonna try out?
I was thinking about it. I don't think I'd be any good, though.
I think that you should try. I mean, it'd be a hell of a lot more fun if the 3 of us were playing together rather than me and Ernesia having to carry this entire house on our backs.
Maybe. I'll probably just show up. You two seem like you need a little help in the personality department.
You know what? I respect it.
Cool. Arnesia looks over, is like watching this interaction. She looks at you and like raises an eyebrow.
I think Juno just kind of like slow shrugs, and she honestly just moves back to start eating.
Mm-hmm.
She's just chill about it after that.
Well, at the very least, you and me are going to be the only sane ones here.
That is true. I don't know what Gemma's deal is, so.
I'm right here. She says.
Oh, really? I barely noticed. You're so short.
She like, her eyes like harden and glare at you.
Is that your angry face?
Ernesia's like trying to hold in a laugh and failing.
Right. I'm gonna eat my food. So, yeah. She just turns.
Choke, she says, and then continues to eat her food.
Oh, if I did, only one of us knows the Heimlich.
I actually know the Heimlich too. A little bit. I'm not CPR certified or anything though.
Oh, yeah.
Levi says.
You know what, Levi? I think you and I are gonna be friends.
Oh, thank goodness. Sort of worried that I wouldn't make friends here for some reason.
I think you're gonna do just fine. Trust me.
Thanks, Juno.
Don't mention it. Am I actually allowed to eat my dinner, or does anyone else have any more commentary?
Well, if you have to ask, I think it's a little cold over here. I think I would have preferred to sit at the Gryffindor table.
Okay.
Okay. Taylor just starts like complaining, like very mutely.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Juno is just like doing the supportive friend nod as she literally tries to eat her food.
Every time you like go to take a bite, Taylor says something else.
I think I just unintentionally made Taylor my best friend.
I think you're mostly pretty good friends with everyone at the table.
Except
You
Gemma.
hold your own.
But then again, no one's really friends with Gemma. So
Yeah. Juno earns a point of respect.
yay.
Is there anything else you'd like from that scene, Maya?
No, I'm gonna go do an eye drop.
Okay. All right. Towards the end of the night, everyone's plates have mostly been picked over. Everyone's feeling the after effects of all the food that they imbibed on. And the table slowly rids itself of all of the plates. Empty foods or things that were picked over disappear in front of you. As a bell chimes from overhead. Each of the heads of houses.
There you go.
Each of the heads of houses stand from the teacher's table and make their way towards their accompanied house. Professor Slughorn heads up to the Slytherin table. Professor Bruce heads her way over to the Hufflepuff table. Professor Flitwick, deputy headmaster, makes his way over to the Ravenclaw table. Ravenclaws, with me. And Professor Hagrid stomps his way over to the Gryffindor table. All right, first years, with me. Everyone up. Skeeter, you might want to just stay by me a little bit.
Thank you, Professor Hagrid. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, no notepads, I hope. And he's like checking for anything that you might have in your hand.
Oh, yeah, he's been burned by her.
He's been burned by her.
Oh yeah, outed his giant status to the world.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was his girlfriend's. His is kind of.
Yeah.
So, everyone kind of knew, but no one said anything. They're just like, eh. It's like, I mean, I do have a journal here with me, and I do have a quill. There it is.
Best to keep that in your pockets. It's not safe walking up the stairs with them.
It is true. My mother has one that can just write on its own, which is very handy. That would be great to take notes with.
He flinches. And yeah, this is also a good point to bring up is that she did that whole like dossier on Dumbledore, which is the man that
True.
Hagrid respects more than anyone.
Mhm.
So,
Does not like your mom.
mm-hmm.
What did my mother do to deserve such scorn?
Obviously nothing.
God's most perfect and favorite person couldn't be her.
The best writer in all of Britain, nay, Europe, nay, the world?
The universe?
Rita Skeeter and her son are just that meme of just I have never done anything wrong ever in my life ever, and Maxwell is just like, I know this and I love you.
But yes, you'll move from that scene pretty quickly. You all are led up and down to your common rooms. It's an interesting feeling, being so far away from home and getting placed down into something that will ostensibly be your new home for the next 7 years. You're going to spend most of your time here. And as you're settling into bed, sort of taking stock of everything around you, this new environment, it hits you. The people around you are going to be the faces that you see for the majority of the year, for the rest of your adolescent lives. The teachers are going to be pretty much your parents. At least you'll see them more often. It settles into your bones in the warmth of your common rooms, in the gentle quiet of your dormitories. This is a start of something. You don't know what. You just hope that you can keep up with it. The next day, the Great Hall at Hogwarts is alive with the hopeful chatter of first-year students. The tables filled with an enticing breakfast array, and the air scented with a sweet aroma of freshly made food. Golden morning light filters through the grand windows, casting a gentle glow over the faces of young witches and wizards eager to embark on a new magical journey. Today is your first day of classes, and the kids around you seem to be in high spirits. At the Ravenclaw table, Brett quietly sketches the scene before him, capturing the essence of the significant day with a smile. Nearby, Darcy at Gryffindor table is engaged in a cheerful conversation with Mr. Logan Peel, who's adding his own boisterous enthusiasm to the mix. Delilah laughs heartedly at Wilfred Gideon's attempt at humor. Getting off on the right foot, the class clown is already drawing attention. Macy seems to be enjoying herself too. She savors her waffles with unabashed delight. Nearby, the Slytherin table is already awakening with this latest gossip. Shut up, Gemma says to Anicia, happily. She nods with a sly smile. Levi offers some of his banana slices to Taylor, who takes them calmly. You look around the room. Plates are filled, laughter resounds, and the promise of the day ahead fills every heart with anticipation. The magic of Hogwarts has finally begun. And as breakfast winds down, you hear the familiar clang of bells above you. As you leave the warmth of the Great Hall, you step into the grand entrance. The famous moving staircases await. They shift and turn, forming a bewildering yet fascinating maze, each step leading you further into the mysteries of the castle. The polished banisters, worn smooth by generations of students, guide your way as portraits lining the walls watch with interest. Beyond the staircases lies the halls of the quad, a place where history is blended upon the very architecture. Stone archways frame glimpses of the south courtyard outside, verdant, clean, and inviting. The hallways stretch forth, lined with doors leading to unknown classrooms and nooks filled with mysteries to unfold. Our journey across campus continues across the suspension bridge that seems to float above the expansive chasm below. Each step resonates with a hollow echo. The wooden planks creak gently beneath your feet with delight. The wind rustles through the stones below, bringing with it the sense of the western forest. Finally, you arrive at the north courtyard area, a hollow hall filled with the warmth of sunlight and the murmur of students sharing stories. The courtyard is framed by high stone walls, vines trailing gracefully, and open archways revealing tantalizing glimpses of an old fountain and willow tree nearby. Students gather under its boughs. A metal plaque denotes it a tribute to the love of fallen warriors of old. A door on the left of the hall beckons, leading into the Transfigurations classroom. As you enter, the room greets you. Desks are neatly arranged, waiting for the students, and the walls are adorned with intricate symbols and diagrams. Rows of 2x2 wooden desks stretch across the room, polished and worn by years of diligent study. At the front, the teacher's grand desk sits with less than neatly stacked papers. Groups of students gather, some perched on the desks, others standing in clusters, engaged in animated conversations. Their laughter and voices fill the room, mingled with the soft rustle of others taking seats and gathering books and supplies. And this is where you all find yourself. In the wee hours of the morning on this first day of school, where do all of you sit?
I would sit up at the front, but I don't want to be without Lorelai because I'm scared. So, where Lorelai is sitting.
She's definitely at the front.
Fuck yeah! Best day.
The twins deposit themselves front row center, waiting patiently for the teacher to arrive.
I hope our teacher's cool.
Gonna be a teacher. I don't know how cool they can be.
You know, maybe they can
teach through like games and stuff. So they'll bring us together for things.
No learning game is fun.
Oh,
I mean, really think about it. The flashcards are never fun. They're always weird colors, and they aren't
Maybe-
even pretty.
maybe you just haven't been taught with a proper learning game by a proper teacher.
Rupert, we're twins. We've had the same teachers.
I didn't say our teachers are any good.
Oh, then what teacher have you had that's been so much better?
I haven't. Maybe this one. That's my point.
Well, don't hold your breath.
Why would they do that?
Tamsin, where are you sitting?
Tamsin waits until she sees Drusilla like honing in on a seat, and then she slips into that seat.
You wait until the sort of the last of the Ravenclaws kind of peter in. Drusilla does pass you, and she walks to kind of like the center leftmost seat in the middle, and kind of sits her stuff down and sets stuff. You kind of hone in directly and like walk past everyone to slide into the seat next to her. Oh, hey Tamsin.
Sorry, someone like came in. Had the seat taken?
Yeah, by my imaginary friend. You're sitting on him now.
It's unfortunate. I hope he's all right.
You're gonna have to pay for his hospital bills.
I mean, good news is I'm definitely probably way better company.
That is true. My imaginary friend mostly just swears at people. She smiles at you. Yeah, you can sit here. It's fine. Probably better you than anyone else.
She goes like smile and start to take her belongings out.
And you set your desk up. Maxwell, where are you seated?
Towards the back, kind of keeping an eye on the rest of the class. He kind of wants to see what everyone else is like.
You seat yourself towards the back of the class. From here, you can see like the concourse of students. You're getting a lay of the land. Some of them are mostly just talking amongst themselves. Others are quietly setting them their books up in front of them. A girl with dark black hair seems to be neatly organizing her books on her desk. Similarly, a boy who is also seated in the back, like across from you on the other side of the room, is kind of rocking back and forth on his chair. It absolutely is not a rocking chair. So he's kind of leaning backwards and sort of seeing if it can balance on the back part of his chair. This doesn't look like it's going to end very well. But yeah, you are getting the lay of the land. There are quite a few characters that you can see in this small class of yours. Everyone's here. They don't split the classes up hardly at all. Gryffindors are blended with Hufflepuffs, are blended with Ravenclaws, are blended with Slytherins. The small few amount of Slytherins that you can see.
Interesting. I remember them saying that they used to split them up if there were too many, but it seems like we're a manageable class. So nearly double the amount of lions to snakes, it seems like.
Is the seat taken, you turn. The boy, there is a Ravenclaw boy kind of holding the chair next to yours. Dark skin, blue eyes. You heard the name, Brett James.
Brett James, is it?
Yeah, yes. Is this? Am I interrupting something? I don't want to take the seat if it's someone else's.
No, just observing our classmates for a moment. Take a seat. Maxwell Skeeter, by the way. Lovely to meet you.
Skeeter, right. He sits down, like cautiously, kind of puts his stuff on the desk. Nice to meet you. Hopefully
Same
our
as...
class isn't full of a bunch of crazies.
Oh, I don't know. It might seem like we are. That boy over there, the one in the same row as us, seems to be trying to balance the chair, and I don't think he'll succeed.
Oh, yeah, that's. He turns his head and kind of tilts. He tilts his head as Wilfred, who you would know, is like rocking all the way back on his chair and like attempting to balance it. Yeah, I don't see that ending well.
No, but perhaps he'll learn a lesson from it.
Hopefully he won't have to.
Settling in all right, though? I understand first night away seems like it could be something for everybody.
Yeah, I suppose there's only two of us in the Ravenclaw dorm, so it's kind of calm. Though I don't really like being so high up.
But just think, you're much closer to the stars if you're that high up.
Yeah, I'd rather not think about it. He looks suddenly like pale.
Ooh, then do you know about our astronomy classes later?
What?
Astronomy classes. Observation of the stars, constellations, celestial events, and the like. It has its own tower. It's very high up.
Oh no. He says quietly under his breath. And we will move away from that scene. Julia, where are you sitting?
I think Julia unintentionally ends up sitting close to Maxwell. But that's mostly because she's like, yes, I'm gonna sit by the door.
Mm-hmm. So you're like sitting center most row, like towards the back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you slide into the seat in the centermost row. A couple of stragglers like run from down the hall and make it into class, like breathing heavily. Made it in time. A girl with long, kind of pale red hair sits herself next to you. Sorry, is the seat taken?
Oh, yeah, I guess by you.
Oh, whew. Thank God you made me nervous there.
I don't know why. Everyone knows me for being really relaxed.
I can see that, she says. Delilah.
Julia. Harkness.
Nice to meet you, Julia. Sorry if I scared you. I got lost on my way here. Those moving staircases are something else.
Yeah, I think I might have thrown up once because of them.
Oh, God. Well, do you need help getting up them?
Oh, me? No, I'm, Gryffindor, and brave and all that. I
Right.
wouldn't want to be any trouble.
Right. I'm just a Hufflepuff. Know anything about bravery?
Oh, I didn't mean anything like that. I just,
It's all right. Chill out, Julia. I'm fine. I was just making a joke.
yeah.
Stick by me. I might get to class late, but maybe you won't throw up.
That'd definitely be appreciated.
We're going to move on. Juno, where are you seated? Hopefully Maya's back by now. Maya, are you there? Maybe not. Oh no, she did say that she was back. Wait, no, that was a while ago. Maya. Ring her just in case. She's probably caught up, but
Maya, we love you. And so Maya's back.
I just got back.
oh, thank goodness.
I was summoned
Okay.
by me singing about how much we love her.
Maya. Juno has entered into the Transfigurations room. Where is she sitting currently? Is she sitting by anyone? Is she just like, popping a squat wherever?
Juno's a sit at the front kind of girl.
Okay.
Juno, you can sit across from us.
Thanks. She slides in.
Juno, you make your way up probably the leftmost side. You slide in. You're right across from Rupert and Lorelei, who are sitting front row center. Figures.
She shakes her head. It's gonna be an interesting class.
Next to you, Juno, a girl slides in, doesn't even ask, sort of just slides in next to you, dark hair pulled into a thick ponytail on the back of her head, incredibly neatly. She hangs her bag up on the back of her chair and slowly starts putting out her quill and ink and parchment.
Wow, you are prepared.
Janice looks up at you. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? This is a classroom.
Yeah, I expected fewer people to be prepared, but it seems like you have extra quills for your extra quills.
Well, I need to make sure none of them break.
Are you planning to write aggressively?
No. I'm just planning to write, and if I wear out one quill, I don't want to stop and have to dig around in my bag for the second one.
Normally I'd make a joke about that, but that is actually somewhat smart.
I know, she says, very matter-of-factly.
You're confident. Okay. I guess I will try not to stay in your way during this class.
I have every right to be. And thank you.
I think Juno is weirdly impressed
Mm-hmm.
because that isn't some shit she would say.
Yeah, she is. She doesn't seem very irritated by your presence.
I genuinely think Juno's in mentally is like, you know what? All right, time to step on my game.
Yeah.
She starts pulling out her extra quills. Like, okay, fine.
Fine, I'll do it. I'll do it too. I'll
Yep.
mimic. Match energy.
Huh? Like, she's ready to prove a point.
All right. I will. You know what? This calls for music.
Oh, why don't I give you the whole playlist that I go through? If I can.
It's all good.
Shoot. You pick your music and I'll get this too in the background.
Oh, okay, cool. The general chatter and noise of the classroom is cut through by the tapping of shoes upon the ground, entering the room. The teacher arrives. All right, everyone, find your seats. Find your seats. My name is Professor Dilmoreau. He strides up to the front of the board, grabbing a piece of chalk. He writes his name on the blackboard and punctuates his I with a definitive tap. And I will be your transfigurations teacher for the foreseeable future. So I suggest it would be best if we got off on the right foot. Yes?
Yes, Professor.
Yes,
He-
Professor.
He glances down and nods. Professor Delmero presents an intriguing figure as he turns to the class. His appearance is a blend of scholarly elegance and possibly endearing disarray. Clad in a dark purple overcoat, his apparel adds a touch of formality. He layers it over a corduroy vest that looks somewhat worn. His tie, hastily done up, hangs slightly askew. His young face is framed by slightly messy brunette hair that seems perpetually tousled, as if he's just emerged from deep thought or a bad night of sleep. A 5 o'clock shadow graces his jaw, adding a rugged touch to his scholarly demeanor. Dark bags under his hardened eyes, speak of late nights spent in pursuit of knowledge. Or something. Please open A Beginner's Guide of Transfiguration to page 3. Wands will be left on desks or to your side until the practice portion of the class. Now, who can tell me what Transfigurations is?
Hand.
So, as we have stated in our session 0, this minigame will be devoid of the D6. So anyone and everyone can answer if they want to. Please roll me a History of Magic check.
I'm gonna roll too, but
You're at 20.
with the idea being
Ooh.
like, oh, if Julia does get called on, she's gonna be like, oh no.
I think Maya got it.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, by 2, yeah.
Dang, so many nerds.
So many nerds. So many pencil neck geeks in this group. Yeah, he looks over the class. There's a stream of hands that come up. He looks a little taken aback. And then he slowly reaches down for a clipboard on his desk and like flips over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages. Yeah. Miss Harkness?
Just like Julia is just like, oh, like just that's the tiniest little eep, like, and I imagine she like keeps trying to talk but doesn't get any words out.
Miss Harkness?
It,
Okay. And he turns his head away. Juno Baptiste.
Yes, Professor. Transfiguration magic is actually the art of changing the form or appearance of an object or being. It involves the alteration of the object's molecular structure, transforming it from one substance to another, or reshaping it into a different form or construct.
Very good. 5 points to Slytherin.
I didn't know we
Yes.
could read from the book.
Yes, Transfigurations is an art that many can attempt but few master. It is also some of the trickier of spell work to accomplish without side effects. Today, we are going to have the opportunity to do just what our young student explained. To change or add new properties to items at your disposal. Please turn to page 10. If you check your desks, you should find some simple materials. And just like he said, you do check under your desk, you find 2 wooden blocks and a glass goblet. We will follow the instructions on the page to cast our first spell. The spell is pronounced epoximize. Say it with me. Epoximize.
Epoximize.
Very good.
Epoximize.
We will use our 2 blocks and stick them together like so. Dildero takes out one of his blocks and rests it atop the other. Epoximize, he states simply. And the 2 look to fuse together like glue. He picks up the top block with 2 fingers and lifts it, lifting the lower block with it. If you're successful, you may choose to study and practice for the remainder of class. Good luck. And he sits down. All of you must attempt epoximize and 2 other spells. Let me get the grades open.
Gosh, I haven't done this in so
Mhm.
long.
Mm-hmm. Holy shit, so many
Let's
nat
go,
20s.
Brooke.
That's crazy. It started from last night and now it's just going into here.
Oh,
Ooh.
okay.
Woo! 5 and under gang with Rupert and Julia.
Uh-huh.
Oh wait, the 5 and under gang with Rupert, Julia, and Juno.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It was epoximize and 2 other spells, right?
Yep. From your first year list. Oof. A reminder to all of you that you all do have inspo, if you care at all. All right, Maya, you are inspoing. I will remove your little thingy.
Okay. Am I allowed to use inspo on the one I failed? Even though it was the first one I rolled? Didn't go back for it? I didn't know I had inspo.
You can absolutely go back for it if you want to use your inspo.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I'll try to be better about that.
No, you're totally good. I don't mind. You're gonna tell me the collective of your attempts.
Nope.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Hey,
Nice little story.
hey Maya,
Yes.
would you like a subscriber bonus?
Sure. I mean, I'd like to at least not get a nat 1. I don't really care if I fail, but a nat 1 sucks.
Take it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's still failure, but I will take failing over a nat 1.
Mhm.
You have some minus.
Are you an intellect caster, Maya?
I am, but I'm saving it in case of a class that I actually care about.
Let me double check something.
I rolled into the negatives.
You don't need to worry about that this class. This is like your only spellcasting class of the day. So if you'd like to use double check notes, anyone who is an intellect caster may use it now.
Oh, let's see. What's my worst one? Fuck it. Give me ball. Okay. Oh, I guess maybe I'll get out of the
Do you
tea at
want
some
us to
point.
say whenever we're done, or are you gonna do them all at once?
Yeah, like
Oh.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Yeah, you just say whenever you're done. Oh
I'm
my
done.
god. Oh my.
God decided I'm not allowed to have Augmented.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
Do you
Okay.
want inspo?
No, you're good. I mean, I failed them all, but like again, at least they're not all nat 1s. So, fuck it.
All right. Mm-hmm. So I guess I did hear that Rupert was ready.
Yep.
Okay. I think I'll start and go down the list. Rupert, what did you get?
I got a 5 on Epoximize.
Okay.
Mhm.
And
If you want me to roll a d600, I will. I got a 15 on Augmenti and a 16 on Veraverto.
ooh, okay. 15, 16. I think I will be nice and I will put you at an A for that. Overall, you did pretty good. What did you get for Epoximize again?
5.
Yeah. Could you first of all send me the table, and second of all, yes,
Yes,
roll me
totally.
a D600, please.
Do you want a PDF form or a link?
Either or works for me. Whatever you have on hand.
There
It's
you go. That's
easiest.
quickest. And I'll roll.
All right, works for me.
567 all the way at the end.
567.
So keep in mind, I use this list as inspiration, not as like I have to hard do it.
Mm-hmm. Rupert, you have your blocks set up and you place them side by side. You think that'll just make it easier. You pull out your wand. The wand that you have been so far very proud of. What do you do to cast the spell?
I place the one block on top of the other, and I am meticulous in trying to make sure that they like line up perfectly, on all sides, left and right, probably to the annoyance of my sister. And then I pull out my wand and I read the section nicely. But I think I like leave out, like I just kind of skim it at first. I take my wand and do a few swishes up in the air just for flavor, just for style. And then I tap down and tap once directly on the top block. Epoximize. I'll do it in character. Epoximize.
You are incredibly chipper. With the flick of your wand, you tap the two blocks epoximize. Nothing happens.
Oh,
You
well, I said the thing.
take a look at the blocks, you pick it up, we pick one up off the other, kind of ruining your little meticulousness. Yeah, there's no stick at all to them. You place it back down and try to line it up best as you can, and you try again. Epoximize. Same kind of vibrato, same sort of mix, now really focusing on the blocks. Nothing. Epoximize, epoximize. It doesn't seem to work. And as you're looking down at your blocks, something crawls up from beneath your wand and over on top of it.
Oh,
You see a long dragonfly sitting perched at the top of your wand.
I'm gonna roll thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he immediately yeets his wand across the room.
You you go to yeet your wand across the room just as the dragonfly's wings buzz and it launches itself towards you. You
I made the right call.
Professor Dilbero ducks as the wand like careens over him and like clatters to the back of the class, and you have to get up as this dragonfly like launches itself at your face and starts like trying to get at you.
get it off! Get it off!
Oh, good grief. Mr. Mooney, sit down. Sit down. You're
Oh, it's gonna get me!
and he flicks his wand and the dragonfly disappears into a burst of flame.
Ah! Oh, it's gone. Thank you, Professor.
Mr. Mooney, I would like you to set your wand down.
Yeah.
And look closely at the
All right.
wand movements on page 10.
Oh. Oh, all right, yeah.
Maybe master that before you try to do any flares of the dramatic.
Right, Professor. Best to get the basics.
Right. He kind of gives you a look and then goes back down to grading his papers. All right. Next on the docket. Who is good? Who's got theirs?
I got mine.
Maxwell. Give them to me.
All right. Cremus Muto was a 5.
Mm-hmm.
Then Veraverto was a 16.
Mm-hmm.
And then Epoximize was a nat 20.
Okay. Yeah. So, 16, I would have put that at a P, but with a nat 20. Okay. That will be an E for you. Poximize was a nat 20, you said.
It was.
All right. You take a look at these blocks. Very simple wooden blocks. You can kind of get it. You set them up side by side. You take a look down at your notes. You're paying very close attention to what you're supposed to be doing, the wand movements. Your wand stays to your side until you think that you've got the concept. You pick your wand up, and with a flick of your wrist, epoximize. You tap once, and the blocks fuse together almost. You pick them up and try to wrench them apart. No, they're dead stuck together. Mr. Skeeter.
Ah.
Professor Dilmero is at the back of class. He takes a look down. May I see?
Of course, Professor. Here you are.
You hand over the blocks gracefully. He takes them. He looks at it up, down, kind of spins it around in his hands, and then tries to wrench them apart with his. Exemplary work, Mr. Skeeter. 5 points to Gryffindor.
Thank you, Professor. You're too kind.
Oh, Maxwell, how'd you do that?
All right, so you studied the wand movements, correct?
No, I've skimmed it.
All right. So you need to move your wand just so, and then tap it lightly. You don't want to force it too much, otherwise it'll interfere with. It's actually very important that you make sure it's a light tap. Otherwise, it's messy. You do remember to tap it lightly, correct?
And Rupert will follow after Maxwell's advice. Probably not too much use, but just a little aside.
Oh, hi, Chris. Dilmero is the change that Alex here wants to make.
Yeah. He can still be made fun of, which is the best part.
See, I thought like, man, who's gonna say it? Like, are we making a mistake?
No,
Or
hashtag not my transfiguration professor.
Chris,
Yeah.
Chris, no,
No,
bad-
he's right.
No,
You say that's the
no.
best part of it. That's the
That-
only good part of it.
Mm-hmm.
bring back the dildo?
doing away with the rats.
It did not need to be
Restore the
changed.
dildo cut.
The dildo cut.
All right.
He's been circumcised. All right.
Great. Hashtag ride for Dilbro. Christ. All right. That's Maxwell. Who else?
I
Is
have
ready.
mine.
All right, Lorelai, lay 'em on me.
I got a nat 20 for Apoximize,
Wonderful.
a 15 for Verberto, and a 21 for Aguamenti.
Yeah, that's an O.
Woohoo!
You set your blocks up, much like your brother, very meticulously. You're kind of looking over at him. Unlike your brother, however, you are paying close attention to what you're doing. Your eyes are sort of glanced down at your notes. You think that you understand it. And tell me how you're casting a spell.
I think she's going through the standard movements, but she's being very particular as to where she is pointing her wand at the seam between the blocks.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just being careful about like targeting.
Yep. You're paying close attention to the seam between the blocks. You sort of get the idea that you might need to aim the spell just a little bit more, focus on the actual seam of the blocks themselves rather than just one block in particular. You take your wand and carefully cast Epoximize and tap it towards the seam, and they seem to fuse themselves together. About this time, your brother makes his final attempt, and you hear a blood-curdling scream from next to you as his wand is thrown across the room, and he proceeds to run around, getting attacked by a dragonfly.
She was very focused on her blocks, and so she like jumps and like tenses and just lets out a very long, deep breath.
Dilmero walks up beside you as he repair-farges the poor dragonfly. Miss Mooney, are you going to be a catastrophe like your brother?
Well, I would hope not. He's a bit of a sorry case.
Can see that. May I see?
Of course.
He reaches down for your blocks and picks them up by the top block, the lower block coming up with it. He takes a look at it. Exemplary work. Very good. 5 points to Gryffindor. Seems like there are less than a few hopeless cases in this class than I thought.
Yeah. Rupert's probably not going to be much good at the classes until we get to potions, so I'm not very surprised.
I'm right here.
Rupert
Right.
finally coming back and
Congratulations.
retrieving his wand.
Do you want a medal for having ears?
He whines.
He whines. Lorelai, your brother whines like a kicked dog.
She's gonna like roll her eyes and fish through her bag for like a chocolate wand she got from the trolley a while back and hand it over. Don't tell Mem.
Yeah, he's gonna like pocket that with like a big grin on his face.
Rory, you're doing exceptionally well for yourself.
I'm vibing, man.
All right. Next up, who's ready?
Dilmero, speaking of hopeless cases, Julia rolled a 4 for a 4 for Apoximize, a -1 for Augmenti,
Right.
and an 8 for Incendio.
Oh God.
So
That's
yeah, she did not do good.
That's a D. I think for you, Julia. Yeah. Which one did you roll a -1 on?
I rolled a -1 on Augmenti.
Yeah. Annie.
And I have the feature wand backfire, so I have to roll 2d600.
Yeah. Roll 2d600 for me, please.
Woo! About to get messed up. 528 and 340.
528 and 340. Okay. $340. Okay. Okay. All right.
I imagine part of the reason why Julia fails all of these spells so badly is because she's like very like they're the motions in the book, like for the wand movements, but you just look over at Julia and she like has like her face almost entirely turned away, eyes screwed shut, holding her wand with both hands, like, okay, magic, go.
Julia, your turned away like you have to shoot a rabbit. And this is like you're being forced to do so. Your eyes are screwed shut and you're just trying to do the wand movements from memory with holding both with both of your hands, your wand trembling.
Okay, Magic Go is like one of the best things I've ever heard.
You're going like Uncle Menti. And you don't feel any different. Your face is entirely turned away. So what you don't see, but everyone else would see, is her casting augmenti, and a type of viscous fluid pours out of the end of her wand onto the floor, and then slowly starts to creep up the aisle, and then lift up and start to form itself into a shape of a large animal. It kind of coalesces, and everyone can clearly hear the loud of a cow that has formed out of this sort of gelatinous mass. Julia, you obviously hear that. You take a peek out of your eye, and you just see the tail end of the fluid like disconnecting from your wand and pushing up into this sort of cow shape form that it makes. There's a full-size cow. That is not what the spell was supposed to do.
And it's gelatinous looking, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Julia's definitely gonna scream then and like get on top of the desk as quickly as possible, like as if hiding from a rat.
Yeah. You scream and get on top of the desk. The cow turns its head towards you and then starts to run after you.
Julia is gonna fucking bolt.
Yeah.
Like, can I roll acrobatics to see how fast Julia just fucking books it?
Wow, she's already partway down the training grounds. This is
athletics.
Does Hogwarts have a track and field team?
I'm going to roll to see if Professor Dilmero is quick enough to paraphrase this. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Julia is going to immediately trip and fall on her face because I rolled athletics and I got a 2.
Oh, thank God he got a natural 20. All right. Everyone watches as Julia shrieks. This cow, like almost like a heat-seeking missile, turns its head, turns its entire body, and starts running straight after her. And she books it out of the classroom. Miss Harkness! She doesn't make it far. She gets about 5 steps in, like just reaches the threshold of the classroom itself and out the door before she trips on her own shoelace and kind of tumbles to the ground. The cow speeds to her, like mock pace, straight over, like it's gonna trample her. And you just hear "Repair-a-farge," and the cow dissipates and like turns into like goo and kind of falls over the bottom part of your shoes, Julia.
Is it possible to have an asthma attack when you don't have asthma?
Dilmero kind of is like from his position, looks at you, all right, and turns and walks back into class.
Thanks, Professor.
Wonderful. Poor Julia. You have now definitely been noticed by everyone in class.
Oh no, Julia's gonna be the cowgirl.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Tamsin.
Rupert's the guy that threw up on a horse. Now Julia's the person that
Sally's like, thank God it's not me.
Mhm. Sally's like,
Dodged a fucking bullet there.
Tamsin, Juno, either of you ready?
Yeah, I can go.
Yeah. Go ahead, Maya.
Maya.
Hold on, I gotta go through the where'd it go? Okay, I got a where's the fox my sorry, there's so many rolls I did. I gotta find them all.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 1 on Apoximize,
Yikes.
like just an unnatural one, but a 1.
Mm-hmm.
A 5 on Incendio.
Uh-huh.
Where did it go? Oh, and a 7 on Augmenti.
Yeah. That's
She does not care about this class.
right. That's gonna be a D.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What was the spell you got in a natural one on?
The unnatural one was Apoximize.
Go ahead and roll me a D600, please.
Okay.
Lots of D600s. Yikes.
269. Har, 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 har.
Har, 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 har. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You don't really care about what this class is teaching you. It seems like a lot of technical stuff. And you're fine with it. It's just not a vibe.
Mm-hmm.
You set up your blocks, kind of like mutely look over the notes, more like a skim. What do you do to cast the spell?
I think there's like a roll of her eyes, and she's just like, what is this? Apox or whatever, and just like flicks her wand.
Okay. You kind of
Box
rest
or
your
whatever.
you rest your hand, you rest your chin on your hand, and like a pox or whatever, kind of flick your wand aimlessly up in the air. For a moment, it doesn't seem to do anything, which you're like, yeah, figures. And then you can smell something. You start to smell like an acute like burning sort of thing into your nostrils. It's not exactly like you smell like fire,
Mm-hmm.
but it's almost, well, your mom and dad have a cabinet of spirits. You know what they smell like. It smells like that. You kind of have to sit up and like almost shake it off, but it does not leave you. But there is a direction that it's coming from, and it seems to be coming from the teacher's desk.
We're finding that out first session, huh?
I mean, let me
Like, that's embarrassing for Dildero. Even
now, see,
Spears can
even your,
tell.
well,
I know what you are.
I guess even you have to get rid of get used to the name. There. Look what I rolled.
I love it.
Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
Totally.
Juno, it's coming from the teacher's desk, and you could smell that same kind of faint odor as Professor D passes by you on his way to check
Oh,
other students.
that smell.
What are you talking about? Janice from next to you.
Do you not smell that? It smells like some kind of trash. The hog's head.
I don't smell anything.
Seriously?
No.
You
I would
don't-
get checked out at the hospital wing.
If there's something wrong with me, I can figure it out myself.
If you're certain about that. Juno,
Why?
is there anything that you do with this information?
I can smell something from like his desk.
Yeah. And faintly from him. But definitely from the area of his desk.
Okay. He's like in the classroom, so I can't go up to his desk or anything.
He did pass just by you.
He did pass me
Yeah, he passed you. That's
Is
how
he,
you
like-
smelled him.
in the back.
He's in the back. Probably checking on Maxwell.
I'm kind of nosy. I kind of want to go check out his desk.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check.
Okay. Hey, anybody want to give me a subscriber?
You
so
rolled
I
a
don't
herbology
get
check.
killed?
You
Oh, I
rolled
did?
herbology.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Wow,
That
that's a
would
nat
have
one
been
rolling
bad.
tonight. Ooh, 17. Okay.
Oh.
You kind of take a look towards the back just to make sure that he's sort of preoccupied with other students. At this point, Julia's whole thing starts to cause a little bit of a scene in class. You get up, just slowly. Janice like side eyes you, like, what the hell are you doing? And you kind of creep towards the class as all of the commotion breaks out. Or creep towards the front of the class by the teacher's desk while the commotion breaks out. Nothing that you can see on like the offset.
Mm. Okay. Must come back for further investigations.
Okay.
Is he still in the back?
He's still in the back. Like I said, Julia's whole thing breaks out at this point.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna slide open his top drawer.
You slide open, you like reach your hand down, you kind of crouch by the desk to make sure that he doesn't like, if he looks back, he doesn't see you immediately. And you slide open the top drawer. It is a mess in here. Just a mass of different pages and papers kind of shoved hastily in there. There looks to be like a journal, and right slotted, like kind of buried underneath, is a silver flask.
These kids are a nightmare to him.
Uh-huh.
An utter nightmare. He doesn't
Yeah.
know it yet. First class, they're like snooping in his shit.
Hmm. Wow, our teacher's like drinking on the job.
Yeah. It looks
No
to
when
be.
he needs it. Just when he has snot-nosed kids going through his shit. That's when he needs a drink.
Question: is there like a pot or anything like in this area right here?
A pot?
Like just like any kind of like a bowl or something like that?
There's a coffee mug.
I feel like that would just help him, so I'm not going to do that. I was going to pour out his flask, but there's nothing to pour it into, so.
Pour it on the ground. Just have it
No.
really stink up the whole room.
He's gonna. No, his desk's on a bottom drawer. She'll just pour it in that.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
my
the 7th
God.
year's nude exams. Practice nude exams. It's all gone.
Yeah. Gino,
Mm-hmm.
you look up, you take the flask out of his top drawer, slowly pushing it back into place, and then open his bottom drawer. His bottom drawer is filled with what looks like it's similarly disorganized as the rest of his stuff. But it looks like it's like lesson plans. Um see like lesson plans for to 7th years, and it's like kind of there's almost an organization to it. But fuck if you care, right?
No.
You screw open the top of the flask and dump it straight into the bottom drawer. Do you know what happens? Despite the flask being a moderately sized flask, something that you would know your father to have on hand, what you didn't account for was the fact that this is a wizard's flask. You dump the contents of the flask into this lower drawer, and it goes. And it keeps going and keeps going. You smell the distinct smell of fire whiskey, something that your father is a connoisseur of.
I think that when it gets to be about like this drawer's like halfway full, she's going to close it, get up, and go sit down.
Do you take the flask with you?
No, she's like leaving it upside down.
In the drawer?
In the drawer.
Cool. You're like going and you're realizing, fuck, this isn't stopping. This is definitely going to ruin whatever
You're
it is
going
in
to
here.
get him like fired.
Yeah. You drop it in there and then shut the desk. Just as you see, this desk is old. It's made of wood. It is like mainly only for TC-mummed, possibly. Or like reinforced. It's not like sealed.
Mm-hmm.
You start to see as like the alcohol starts to spill through the cracks of the drawer and like run across the floor. You shut it and then slowly creep your way back towards the desk and sit down. Just as the bowl is epoximized or not epoximized, repair farged, and Professor Delmero kind of sighs and makes his way back up to the front of the class.
Can she raise her hand?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Professor?
Yes, Miss Baptiste.
Your desk is leaking?
What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. And he runs up to the desk. What the fuck? He opens the drawer. Oh, fuck. And starts pulling out his papers that are soaked. He finally, like, reaches you hear, like, a sloshing sound as he reaches his hand in, pulls it out, soaked, and, like, twists the cap of his flask back on. Fuck, shit.
Well, there's always the next professor, eh?
Maybe.
Avery?
Class is dismissed.
But we still have 15 minutes.
Get out. He says definitively.
We'll do quite quickly.
And everyone starts to pack their shit up. But before this, thank you.
Oh, no. He's kicked us all out. I'll take my O. It's fine.
Right. No, you would have been practicing with everyone else. Tamsin, before this goes on, what are you doing?
Oh, I don't have to go back to the channel now.
Uh-huh. Give me your grades.
It's not great. None of it's great. An 11 on fucking Epoximize, a -4 on Incendio,
Great.
and a 4 on Ververto.
Huh. That -4 is killing me. Yeah, that'd be a D. That would be a D for you. Um, Tamsin, you're looking down. None of these spells you really are getting. Um, Transfigurations is one of those concepts that you either get it or you don't. It's going to take you a while. You're sort of mostly perusing the book to see what you want to cast. There are a couple spells you try, you fail. It's not a big deal to you. But then you get like a little. You get a kind of urge.
A dark urge.
Yeah. You take a look at your wand, and then you go back to page 10. And you look down at Apoximize. You think you might be able to get this one, but you would feel a lot better if you were to try to attempt it on something a little bit bigger than just simple wooden blocks. Tamsin, roll me a stealth check.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Okay. You look around, kind of as like the chaos of the class is going on around you, and you look towards Drusilla, who is practicing diligently next to you quietly, and then you look forward in front of you towards Janice. I mean, what's going through your head?
A slow smile kind of crosses her face as she nudges Drusilla to get her attention.
Yeah.
Watch this. And she'll wait until like Janice leans forward to switch out her quill or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then Apoximize.
Let me roll this. Ooh. Yeah, okay. You kind of stick your wand underneath your desk and cast Apoximize under your breath. And you see the like just the very edge of it, Janice's seat stick itself onto her clothes. Tamsin, you hear Drusilla try to stifle laughter. Stop.
It helps me focus if the spells have purpose.
Gonna get us in trouble.
Everything else going on, I don't even paying attention most at this point.
True. And Tamsin, you don't exactly get to see the fruits of your labor until the abrupt end of class, where Professor Dilmero tells everyone to get out. Everyone unilaterally starts, packing their stuff up, putting it away into their bags. You get up with Drusilla and kind of slowly back away as everyone kind of files out of the classroom. Juno, you would also see this as you're packing your stuff and kind of getting ready to leave. But Janice goes to slowly put her stuff away. She grabs her bag and tries to stand. And she can't. She like tugs herself up and the chair comes with her. And you see her eyes go wide. Uh, Professor, didn't I tell you to leave? I can't. You have 2 legs, Miss Verdon. Walk. Tamsin, do you stay and help? Juno, you also would see this.
Yeah, she'll stay and help Tamsin with whatever Tamsin's about to do.
Yeah, Tamsin would approach. Looks like maybe you got hit by some sort of spell.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I should be in the next class by now.
Are you, like, stuck?
The chair won't get off.
Try pulling it.
Of course I tried pulling it. Dilmar was up at the front of the room, like, just trying to Tergio as much of the water as he can. Or water. Juno, you would know it's alcohol. And at this point, everyone would be able to smell that it is alcohol. It reeks.
Smells like free room 6 in here.
Peeves. Man.
Juno, what'd you say?
Probably want to get the professor. There's no way we're getting her out of here. And
yeah, he's not in a great mood, so good luck with that.
I mean, I did not cast well, so I mean, how bad could it be? Professor.
Miss Baptiste, are you hard of hearing?
No, my mother says I'm hard-headed, though. We need your help. Janice is stuck.
He looks up, and you see the look of death on his face. Like, he is not at all pleased about the situation. Stuck with what?
To her chair, and she'd like to make it to the next class on time.
Repair Farge. He flicks his wand out, and the chair kind of clatters onto the floor as she was like half raised, and she almost lurches forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me. Leave.
You should probably be going now.
Yeah, we probably don't want to see what's about to happen next, so...
Yeah. Janice gathers her stuff, frazzled, and, like, just goes to leave. She doesn't really say thank you. She just kind of nods as she walks out. Like a quick step out.
Not even thank you for helping her.
It's fun. We'll just collect later.
Tamsin, you know your cousin. You know exactly what she means by collect later.
Tamsin will quirk an eyebrow at that.
I need new samples.
I thought we talked about asking people.
I don't think I need to ask people.
We have to have this discussion on consent again. You can't just steal people's...
Oh my god, what the fuck are you still doing in here? Get! Dilmer from up at the class just kind of, like, throws his arms up.
the worst.
Can we get late passes, Professor? We're never gonna make it before the bell at this point.
If you're late, it's because you directly chose to stay here.
If you can give me a late pass, I mean, I'll never stay after class again.
No. Suffer. Leave.
Suffer.
And you are ushered out of class.
That man smells like a miserable dream.
All right. And I think from there, we're going to take our 10-minute break.
All
I
right.
will see you all in 10 minutes. Wahoo!
Woo! See y'all soon.
Magic and Mysterium is brought to you by day drinking. Have you ever had stressors in your life, anxieties, little fears about how your day is going? With day drinking, all of that can go away. Temporarily, at least, but still, it will go away. Try day drinking today for 3 small payments of $19.99. Call now and we'll even throw in our own personal flask engraved to you.
We're getting there's some weird sponsors on this channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people really reach out and want to want a slice of the M&M pie.
Yeah, Annie's contractually obligated by Magic and Mysterium, specifically this Magic and Mysterium, now Rogue Arcana, to do all of the ad reads that we get sent. Like, it all just filters into her email. So whatever she decides to read, like, I guess those are our ads for this week.
Is there a special code for day drinking?
The
Yeah,
the
1-800
special
your
code,
mom's liquor
yeah,
cabinet.
it's yeah, exactly.
Okay, is everyone back? I hear Ian, I hear Annie,
Back.
Mara,
Back.
Brooke, Maya.
I'm here.
Maya is here. My dear, my darling, are you here? No. That's a hot no. Great. That's fine. We've got some narration to get through. Across the hall, you find your next class, Magical Theory. In Magical Theory class, you learn about the basis behind spell work and the differences in casting styles across wizards. Professor Babbling teaches this class. You see her as a stern woman, but not unkind. She gently teaches you about different terminologies in regarding to spellcasting. Willpower, technique, intellect, and vigor are all taught as canon terminologies in this class. There are no grades, however, that you're going to roll for. From there, you move on to lunch, which is just a simple fish and chips lunch. Nothing too extravagant. Most students peter in and out. Some of them aren't even here. It seems completely informal. Your journey continues as you step onto the tall viaduct bridge, a stone marvel that spans a breathtaking ravine. The bridge's arches frame a vista of lush landscape, and the sound of distant waterfalls reaches your ears. The wind whistles through the arches below. The pathway ahead stretches towards the Oxford Building, where you're greeted by stone steps. Ahead, the entrance to the Serpentine Staircase lies. This circular staircase coils upward like a sleeping serpent. Up top, you reach the 5th floor, where the door to the History of Magic classroom lies open, revealing a spacious lecture hall. Long, curved desks sweep across the room, each one paired with a comfortable seat. The desks follow the contour of the tiered floor, focusing attention on the lecturer's podium at the front. Shelves filled with ancient tomes and artifacts line the walls, each one a silent testament to the rich tapestry of magical history. You'll no doubt be learning. As you step into the class, a few of the students have already beaten you here. One of which is that same black-haired boy. Some of you may have already met, Wilfred Gideon, who is up towards the second to last tier of the lecture hall, just kind of balancing his way on the desks. A few of the other students are like clapping and egging him on. There's a couple of them who are like, Wilfred, get down. Mainly Juniper.
Shit, when I get down, something bad's gonna happen.
All of you have entered into the space. So all of you do see this.
Chances are it'll go the same as it did in Transfiguration class. Just give it time.
What if you fall backwards and hit your head?
Oh, he did that already. First class of the day, actually.
What if you do it a second time?
Maybe he'll learn this time.
Is it possible the force of the blow, like he didn't forget the first time?
You know, my dad said one thing. You know that like little voice in the back of your head that tells you you should not be doing this? Some people just born without it.
It's a little voice for all of you.
Man, Julie has the best one-liners. Oh my god.
Juno.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Maya, you're here, right?
Mm.
As you're sort of watching this all go down, Ernesia steps up beside you and like kind of brushes your arm. Hey, watch this.
Okay.
Proximize. And she shoots her spell out towards Wilfred's shoe. You watch as he takes a step down and he goes to lift his foot and he gets caught. Oh, ooh. I'm gonna make a roll. Yeah. He falls backwards, clattering like over ass and tea kettle straight down the lecture hall's like tiered floor. He was up at the very like second to last. He like clatters over all of them, like his shoe affixed, still left affixed to one of the desks as he lands just kind of at the front, just in a heap.
Nice one.
Oh,
If he breaks
said
something,
so.
you have to let us go.
Are you alright? Are you quite alright?
I got it.
You're not dead, are you?
Someone should help him.
Yeah, Julia will go to help him.
Julia, you go to help him, and he, weirdly enough, a little worse for wear, but nothing broken. You get the feeling he does this a lot. Ernesia kind of chuckles over at you, Juno, like kisses her lips or kisses her teeth a little bit, like, I was hoping he broke something. I taught him a lesson.
It just means I'm gonna try harder next time.
I like your style, Juno.
Thanks. Doing pretty amazing.
You want to sit next to me?
Sure.
Oh,
Tamsin,
yeah.
come on.
Yeah, why not?
Say why not? Like I was giving you a choice.
I like to keep the illusion of choice.
I'm glad you live in that delusion.
And with that, Juno drags her cousin off to go sit down at the desk. The rest of you and the class slowly filter their way back. Wilfred rips his shoe off from one of the desks and sits himself towards the back of the class. The sudden resonant clang of the bell pierces the air. Hello? What was that? Immediately, from the eastern wall, something happens. The Gryffindors in particular would notice this, based on earlier conversations. The pallid, sallow face of an elderly, phantasmal creature emerges, its ethereal form pushing through the solid stone as if it were mere mist. Its eyes, faded and unobservant, stare forward, and its translucent visage glows with an otherworldly luminescence. Your professor's features are lined with the wisdom and weariness of ages past. His face is long and wrinkled, the skin hanging sadly over plump cheekbones. Wispy hair drifts around his head, moving with a ghostly grace, and his robes, once rich in color, are now faded and timeless. He takes his place at the front of the lecture hall, his form slightly shimmering as he settles. Julia gives a small, shout of fright. Oh, seems both Maxwell and Sadie were right. Ghost.
Does that mean there's a curse too?
Curse, Professor. Curse, Professor.
It's not a curse. Well, if there is one, then it's on us that we have to take a class with him. That's the curse.
It's funny.
Yeah. No curse. Just a ghost teacher.
Julia, I can see you inching off your chair. Are you going to run again?
No, I'm sitting on my chair like this because it's more comfortable.
All right.
It's apparently it's like the new style with muggles.
Mm-hmm. Good
Some
evening,
sit on their chair
students.
backwards.
You hear
Oh
from
my
the front of the
god!
class.
Give Julia a hug for an emotional support animal.
Good evening, students. I am Professor Binns. That's Binns. Today is the first day of our exploration of the ancient histories of magic. Turn to page 16 of A History of Magic. In 1959, Gaspard Shingleton was born on the 17th of June at 5:38 a.m. In his youth, Mr. Shingleton was enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where he was sorted into Ravenclaw House. Throughout his early education, he demonstrated a particular aptitude for potioneering and charms work, achieving a score of 85 on his first-year charms examination. Everyone give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my gosh. He's so.
We'll see if I can do it.
Brooke!
He's so.
My head hits the desk before I can finish my sentence.
At the
Click
age...
a subscriber.
No, I think she wants. I think she
I'm
wants.
good.
This. Do you want this, Brooke?
I am fine with it.
Okay.
We can fall asleep
Oh.
together.
You know, I'll use my inspo for
Okay.
one more attempt. Why not?
I'll knock that off.
Okay, that's better.
At the age of 11, Mr. Shingleton received his Hogwarts letter, which was delivered promptly at 7:45 p.m. by an owl carrier from the Langdenburg Owl Post Office. His parents, both registered members of the wizarding community, ensured that his education adhered strictly to the guidelines set forth by the Ministry of Magic. During his third year, Mr. Shingleton participated in the annual Tri-Wizard Tournament as an alternate, though he did not compete directly. After April of 1971, but no later than October 1973, Mr. Shingleton was, and he continues on. Let's see how well everyone did. Okay, going down the list.
By the
Julia.
way, baby, great
Yeah.
job.
Oh, thank you.
It was great.
Oh, wait, I don't have Twitch pulled open, but I think Chris might have given Julia inspo or something.
I don't have
I'll
Twitch
open
open
it up.
either. Thank you.
I'll open it up. Yes, advantage to Julia.
Oh, ooh, thank you. I'm holding my hand up in the heart symbol.
Julia, you don't have
I
to.
missed it, but Zolo gave Annie an advantage earlier as well.
Oh,
So you have two of them.
yeah.
Oh.
I guess you could have two bang to. This one is fine. Like you already rolled for it, unless you'd like to use that as the advantage roll, and I can give you back your inspiration. Would that work better?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give you your inspo back. Work. So just remember that the next roll that you make would be at advantage from Zolo's.
Woo. Thank you.
Julia, what was your roll?
16.
16. That is an E for you. You managed to stay awake. It's not out of a desire to actually learn the material. It's more so out of fear. Like you feel the wave of lethargy hit you, and you're like, no, the curse. You gotta stay awake. You gotta stay awake.
Yeah, what if I fall asleep and he and the ghost immediately is just like, aha, my chance. I'm gonna escape. I'm gonna possess this child and
Yeah.
finally be able to walk the world again.
Yeah. He's not gonna catch you slacking. Juno, what did you get?
I got a 24.
24. Easy O for you. You don't much care about this class. You see now what everyone's been saying. This is dry as shit, but you know what? Boring is the least of your problems.
Mm-hmm. I also think she's taking the approach of like, I hate this, but I have to know this in order to know my enemies.
Know your enemy. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. You learn about Mr. Gaspar Shingleton, who can't be your enemy. I don't even think he's dead. He's not dead. You learn at the end of class he's not dead. So, I
I'm gonna
mean,
go knock on his door.
yeah. Miss Lorelai,
Yes.
what did you get?
And that one.
That's a T for you.
Mhm.
Rupert, before you um uh before you can really like dig into any of the lecture, Mr. Professor Binns opens his mouth. Good evening, student. And before he can say the word student, you hear the thump, a loud thump of Lorelai's forehead slamming against the desk. She's
Rory?
out cold.
Rory? Are you alright?
He's freaking
Panic.
out.
He's panicking.
Okay, I'm back.
Something's happened, Rory! Will no one hear me?
Most people are falling asleep.
Okay, since I know I fall asleep,
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab Lorelai and I'm gonna throw her over my shoulder like I'm gonna get her out of here, like we're in fucking Vietnam together.
Yeah.
I get about halfway up the stairs until
Yeah. What did you roll?
10.
You know what? That will be an A for you, but unfortunately you do fall asleep. You can kind of hear the lecture in the background. You figure you'll read it later. You focus on your sister, your poor sister. You sling her over your shoulder and you start rushing towards the stairs. You make it about halfway up before it catches you and you fall forward like a martyr, slamming your head against the steps.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Maxwell, what did you get?
I rolled an 18.
18. That is another E for you, Maxwell. This class is dry, but you knew exactly what to expect from this teacher. Your mother told you about him. She warned you in advance. You can see a lot of the other students are not as prepared as you were. The wave of lethargy does hit you, and you feel like the pull of your eyelids to close shut, but you manage all the same. You mostly focus on tuning him out and just reading the textbook.
I tried to warn everyone that this was going to happen. Do they listen when the information is given to them? No, they don't. While shaking his head while reading, it's just like, why don't people listen to me?
Yeah, like next to you, like both Sally and Logan are like snoring on the desks. Tamsin, last but not least.
Nat 20.
Natural 20, easy O for you. You knew all of this already. You absolutely have read about Gaspard Shingleton. He was the inventor of the self-stirring cauldron, and all those who stay awake would learn that. But you knew already. This lecture is incredibly dry. You wonder why they even have a ghost teach this class, especially one with such a powerful effect, it looks like. You look around and almost half the class is either bored or asleep.
Yeah, she kind of like shakes her head, writes something in the margins of her notes, but she just keeps going as she like listens passively.
And 5 points are given to Ravenclaw. Just passively. Nothing is said. The lecture drones on to a definitive stop as the bell overhead chimes. Most students wake up to that. Lorelai, you sleep through it. But Rupert, you wake up under your sister, like pinned to like face down on the stairs. Your head hurts so bad.
Is no one there?
all of you, but actually all of you but Rupert and Lorelai managed to stay awake through this. And you all kind of filter out of the class. Oh,
Julia will help Rupert. Like,
thank God.
Do I just like kind of is like how do I move Lorelai here? Okay, 1 second. Let me figure out what to do here. Like she's like
Julia, you spend like
no.
a good 3 minutes trying to figure out how to grab Lorelai. Like, no, I don't want to. Like, you can't ask her how she wants to be grabbed. But finally, you do manage to like roll her off of Rupert. Rupert, you are free, and your sister's out cold still.
Looks around the class. All he knows is that the bell rung, and everyone's gone. Thank you, Julia. Thank you. Lorelai.
Yeah. No,
come on,
like finger guns.
Let's get you to the hospital wing.
The
curse has already taken hold.
Lorelai, how do you think, we never discussed this, but how do you think you managed to wake up from these? Do you think it's a case of someone has to actually wake you up, or do you think it's a case of something has to be applied? Or do you just wake up naturally?
He just wakes up naturally.
Okay. Then you may decide if you'd like to wake up now, or if you'd like to wake up to, the kind of shaking and jostling of your brother.
Oh, wake up now.
We have to get to the hospital wing. The curse already taken hold.
What fucking curse?
You're alive!
Can you get off me?
Oh, yes. Apologies.
Lorelai, you wake up on the steps of the History of Magic classroom. You don't remember anything past sitting in your chair. You've been doing really well. And this is the first time that this has happened here. Lorelai?
Sorry, I cut out there for a bit. What was the last thing you said?
You've been doing really well. The last thing that you remember is sitting down in your chair, and you're waking up now on the steps of the History of Magic lecture hall. You don't remember how you got here. It happened again.
I haven't done it in days. She's going to get up in a huff, shoulder her backpack over her arm. What class is next?
I think it's lunch, but you've kind of missed half of it already.
You didn't get me up before.
I tried. I pulled you up halfway up the stairs. Why did you think we're up here?
Christ, Rupert, you are no help.
You say mean things sometimes. He's gonna run off.
Just because we're in boarding school doesn't mean you have to be at my side all the time.
He's crying, running off.
I think it's I think it's sweet, Rupert. You look out for family.
Oh, I
I
don't
wouldn't
know
think
if
so
you've
if he was
heard.
up your ass.
He's gone.
Okay, well then I'll say that to Lorelei then instead. Like, I think it's sweet that he looks out for family.
Julia, I really think that you seeing the bright side in this is really cracker. It's really great. It's really sweet of you. But you would not say the same thing if he was up your ass.
100% he's up your ass.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah. Like he got up your ass, Lorelai, and then got insensitive then got sensitive that you were justifiably mad at him. Hey, Julia, roll me an insight check, please. Just for shits and giggles.
Yeah. Insight?
Yes.
Sorry, there was a little interference there. Did you say insight?
Yes.
Okay.
You might be on a slight delay, just to let you know.
All right, 1 second. My computer's just being a little slow.
You're fine.
Oh right, yeah, it was at advantage. So you're right. I'll roll it up.
Mm-hmm.
Here, 1 second. Okay, I clicked on it, but it's my computer's still just taking a second.
That's okay. It just sounds like that you're on a delay. Okay, there we go. Rory, with a 16, what does Julia get from you? Hold on, I'll wait until Annie. Boop, boop. There we go. To reiterate for you, Annie.
I'm back again. Sorry about that. Here, let
Rory.
me try.
No, you got it. Annie, can you hear me? Okay, it's definitely on a delay or something.
I can. It's a little bit staticky on my end, but I think I can hear you.
Yeah, you are for sure on a delay.
Ooh, sorry.
That's fine.
Can you hear me a little bit better now? Because it sounds like it's.
We can hear you really well.
Answer me whenever you hear those.
Hello. Yes, I heard you.
Oh.
Okay. No, we're good. All right.
Cool.
It was a little weird.
16
So
on my insight check.
yes. So Rory, with a 16, what does Julia get from you? Like, what is the information that she gets?
I think Julia is getting the vibe that she's trying really hard not to snap at Julia right now, not because she's angry with Julia, but because she's very frustrated with herself and that this happened again, especially during a class. Her hands are kind of balled into fists, like one of them is on the strap of her backpack very tightly, and her eyes look a little shiny, tears of frustration just at the surface.
I think Julia would think about it for a second. And would say, hey, did you see how how high I jumped when that cow appeared in Transfiguration class? And then I tripped and fell right on my face, like immediately after.
Don't know why you did. Usually with cows, it's pretty easy to calm them down.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it, and I might have an anxiety issue.
Lorelai, you don't even need to make an insight check. That is the understatement of the fucking century.
I can't believe that you just said that.
I think I might have an anxiety.
Once again, holy fuck.
You know, maybe we should visit the hospital wing, but not for me.
Yeah, I could introduce you to Madame Pomfrey.
Oh, you already met.
I've visited a couple of times already.
Oh.
A couple of times. This is your first day. When did she
Right. Let's get you to her. Okay. She's gonna like rub at her eyes really roughly and then like pat Julia's shoulder, start walking with her.
Yeah, Julia will say to Lorelai, like, yeah, we can, look out for each other. Like, if I start to freak out, you know that you can just bring me to the hospital wing, and I can do the same for you if you ever need help.
I think it's very brave to offer that. No wonder you're in Gryffindor.
Julia, there's a little bit of a twang in your chest, like a small kernel of affirmation there. It's not hitting that deeply yet, but your words hit home.
Yeah. Julia will definitely say, well, I appreciate you for saying that. I don't know if it's entirely true, but...
And the two of you will walk off, taking your lunch period to visit Madame Pomfrey for Julia for the third time of the day. And
On God, we'll get you anxiety medication.
She gives you a referral to Professor Bruce. Speaking of which, our next class, which I think will be the final class of our night here.
Woo!
After lunch, as you head down the spiral staircase and across the courtyard, on the left, you step into the small, curved room that hosts the Muggle art class. Professor Bruce stands at the front, talking to the boy named Brett. She is a tall woman with grayish silver hair that flows down her shoulders calmly. You can see her wear the same quiet and happy expression you've seen during last night's sorting ceremony. Everyone, please come and take a sketchbook and a piece of charcoal from the front, if you will. You all see a large pile of black leather-bound books in the center of the table. Afterward, you are to write your name on the inside. This will be our lifeline in this class, and it is where we will pour our creativity and imagination. Now, while there is much more one can create and craft using magic, simple tools such as this piece of charcoal can be great starting places for new witches and wizards to hone their skills outside of a wand. Many of the base Muggle understandings of practical art will aid you in creating higher quality artistry in the wizarding world. Today, we are going to try out portrait drawing. Please, pair up and draw your partner as you see them. And she gracefully invites you to pick a partner.
I'm manifesting.
You're manifesting? If people are, want to manifest or just straight up tell me who they would like, absolutely let me know.
I'm gonna say with Janice.
All right.
I'm yoinking Gemma.
Okay. Gemma? All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
What?
Okay.
Finally, Brooke gets to be with the girl in this campaign.
I'm really enjoying the female NPCs in this game. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
It's crazy how that works.
Yeah.
As a
It's
lady,
so
enjoy
weird.
I do
myself.
my best, okay? I do my
As a
best.
lady enjoyer myself, I always like the ladies.
The peels are like more tolerable for some reason. It's crazy.
Oh.
I want to make this distinction that I think as the player, I want Julia to pair up with Morgan, but that Julia is very much just like she hears pair up and she's like, "Oh God, no! Oh fuck! Ah, damn it!"
Julia has a crisis in the back of the class. So Juno has Janice, Lorelai, Gemma.
Why are you saying it like that?
I know you.
It's crazy.
Julia is freaking out. Anyone else have someone that they would like to pair up with, or someone that they're manifesting?
You know who I'm manifesting, so.
Does the name start with a D?
Yep.
Cool. I got yours.
I'll take Taylor.
Taylor.
Manifesting Domero?
Yeah. This is the timeline where Alex gets to romance.
God damn it, I
Maybe
have
like
dibs.
Maybe like your French girls.
Yeah, actually, since I'll go with Delilah.
You'll go with Delilah? All right.
Yeah. Since Julia interacted with her earlier.
Yeah.
Chris
yeah,
and I's brain are connected.
Ever since you joined the campaign on ever since he joined the campaign on Tuesday nights, your brains have fused and have not unfused. And Ian.
Let's try Drusilla.
Drusilla. All right. Give me one moment. I'm going to take a bio break and I'll be back.
Go piss, girl.
Alex, I like how you said manifesting, or was said manifesting someone whose name starts with a D, and it's like that's still like 3 characters at least.
Yeah, but Anna knows.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Like when you say, I'm manifesting a character whose name starts with D, it's like, right, Dorgan, Dret.
That's what I do every time. I like go through the list of characters
Gemma.
and I put a D in their name.
Taylor, Devi, Bernicia,
Dilfred,
Din, Danis, Dilly.
Yeah,
Damn,
Eminem,
Dally
more
and
like
Dogan.
Eminem, more like D&D. Wait a second.
Good, and Julia's so funny. She's great.
I'm glad y'all like her.
Why are we manifesting Dumbledore? I don't.
Well, Rupert's manifesting someone whose name starts with D.
Yes. Yes.
My guess
All right.
was Dilfred.
Dolores Umbridge. That's who you're manifesting.
I hope not. She is in Azkaban.
Manifesting Dita Skeeter.
Dita Skeeter. All right. Let's roll me. Let's roll me a thingy. I'm gonna. Oh, I can actually do a d6. That's lovely. I would love to roll a d6. Okay. That's a 2. Lorelai. You go up to the front and grab your books. You're sort of looking around for a partner. And you happen upon a shorter ginger-haired girl with two braids that are kind of neatly tied on her head. She talks to one of the other Slytherin girls, who just kind of is like, sorry, and like shrugs her shoulders and walks away.
I like your braids. They're really neat.
She turns to you like, oh, thank you. They are very nice, aren't they?
Very. I can tell you took your time with them. Are you looking for a partner?
Yes. Arnesia paired up with Levi before I could.
Well, if you would like, we could pair up.
That would be nice. Who are you again?
Lorelai, Mooney. Rory for short.
Mooney. I don't know that name. Gemma Drayton of House Drayton.
Most people wouldn't unless you're in the business for mooncalf milk or Glumblebee treacle.
Mooncalf milk. Oh, you know what? I do remember a supplier of Glumblebee treacle going by the name of Mooney. That's your family.
Aye, it is.
Huh. Interesting. Well, would you like to sit together?
Absolutely.
And she drags you over to one of the seats and sits down with you. And we will see the rest of that scene. Next. Oh, God. Oh, the twins always go together. Rupert, you are standing sort of in the back of the class, kind of
I feel like
nervously.
I'm looking over at Lorelai picking somebody else to be your partner.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
A shorter, ginger-haired girl. They kind of move off together and sit down. Your other half has rejected you.
Me.
Abandoned you, yes. Like a baby moon calf.
Not really. I abandoned them.
Correct.
Like a baby moon
That's
calf.
true.
She hurt my feelings.
Eh.
Mm.
You're left alone, for the most part.
Yeah, I think he's
Everyone.
being a little bit moody, like a kid. And he's like watching everyone else like pick partners, and he's not going for anybody.
Yeah, you kind of stand there, like cross your arms and kind of fold in a little bit on yourself, like, who does she think she is? She gets to replace you with another ginger. Excuse me? You turn and you see that short white-haired girl from earlier, with the kind of these pale blue eyes sort of staring up at you.
Hello.
Hey, Rupert.
That's what I was named since birth. Yeah.
Right. Do you want to pair up? It looks like a lot of people are already there.
Oh, my mind was elsewhere, I guess. Yeah. I don't have a partner. Much appreciated.
Yeah, sure. Uh, we were in the group together, but I'm Darcy. Just
Oh, I remember, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, cool. These seats fine?
And he'll walk with her.
Mm-hmm.
He still seems a little bit down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next up, Maxwell.
Yes.
You gaze across the throng of students here, all of them sort of immediately rushing to pair with each other and talking amongst themselves. Your eyes catch that girl from the potions shop earlier. The one with the dark hair, two buns, very distinct.
Yes, I remember her name. Drusilla. Yes, let's ask her. Seems like a good idea.
Mm-hmm. You walk your way over to her. And she's already kind of like setting up at a desk. It doesn't seem like she has anyone around her, though.
Hello there, Drusilla. Good to see you again. I was wondering if I might be your partner for this project.
She stops and then looks up at you. Unlike the kind of wry smile you expect from her, the one that she gave you in the potion shop back in Diagon Alley, there isn't any on her face currently. You're Skeeter, right?
Maxwell Skeeter, yes.
She looks you up and down. And you want to pair up with me?
Yes, I thought we had a decent conversation back in the potion shop, so I thought we might continue the conversation while drawing.
We did. That was then, this is now. If you're looking for a story, you won't find one here.
Do you think I'm trying to do anything other than the project and talk to you?
Sorry, one more time?
Oh, do you think I'm trying to find out anything about you? I just want to talk and complete the assignment.
Yeah, I don't believe that for half a second. You can pair up with me if you want, but I'm not.
Keeping an eye on you, Skeeter.
Whatever you're fishing for, you aren't going to catch. She seems very final about this.
Well, now Maxwell's just curious about why she's like this. He has no reason to think his mother's a terrible person.
Yeah. Yeah. And we'll see how that develops. All right. We have 3 left. Juno. Miss Baptiste, are you there? Ah. You're taking a scan across the class. It's Muggle art. Finally. Something without wands and something that, you could actually do. And it's not that difficult. Do you fancy yourself an artist, Juno?
I think that Juno wishes she was, but she's so overly critical of things that the one time she tried, she got frustrated and threw her sketchbook.
Mm-hmm. Your mother had gotten you a sketchbook for your birthday one year, because she cared about your artistic development, and you drew once and threw it across the room and have not touched it since.
Yeah, she got mad.
So, more or less, this class is kind of not necessarily your own personal hell, but just sort of like a bracing yourself for it.
She's just happy to be in something that's not just wizard stuff.
You do catch your ears the sound of a familiar voice talking to the teacher. Are you? Can't I just do it myself? I don't need a partner, do I, Miss Averdin? This is the assignment. You can't very well do portrait drawing if you are not looking at a subject. I mean, I could always sit with a mirror. This is the assignment. Okay.
I'll be her partner.
You pipe up. Oh, wonderful. And there you go. Janice goes to say something like, she looks to you. Hi.
Hi. Struggling to find somebody you want to work with?
I just don't see why we can't work alone.
I mean, yeah, everything would be easier if we could work alone instead of in groups, but unfortunately, this is the assignment, so I'd rather work with somebody who's somewhat competent. I could work with somebody else and it'd be a terrible time.
I suppose you're right, she says, and kind of like tries to appear that same sort of respectable veneer that she was showing you before she got stuck to her chair in Transfigurations. Then, yes, I accept you as my partner. As long as you do well, of course.
Would you believe me if I said I was going to try?
Well, I'd be upset if you didn't.
Good. Because this could go probably about one of two ways.
Oh, goodness. And she will take you, and you will go sit down together.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. All right. Last two. Julia. You know what? Let that be in character. You hear a shout of your name, and it causes you to jump. Hey, Julia, right? That girl that sat next to you before with the long ponytail and like faded ginger hair.
Oh, hey, Delilah.
Hey, yeah, do you want to be partners? A couple of others kind of already got paired up, and honestly, I'd rather have someone that I know.
You want to be paired up with the girl that, got chased by a cow?
That wasn't your fault. Don't worry about it. I glued my own I nearly glued my block to my hand in class, so
Yeah, then that'd be great.
yeah, no sweat. I got you. And she like puts an arm around you and kind of leads you over to the desk.
Julia is very very easy to guide because of how small she is. Like
Mhm.
just
You just
yeah,
kind of
put
like
your
go
arm
with the
around
current,
her.
like, oh,
Yeah.
I guess this is my life. And that leaves Tamsin. What goes through your mind as you're kind of standing in the back, kind of watching as everyone else gets paired up?
She is not a huge fan of art, so she just kind of really wants to get through it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She kind of looks around her partner.
Hey. You hear a voice next to you. You kind of turn and whip around, and you see a girl with long, kind of shaggy, faded brown hair and a very kind of deadpan expression. Do you want to pair up?
Yeah. I should warn you, I'm not great at art, though.
It's a shame. I'm kind of amazing at it.
Hopefully she grades as a group then.
Hopefully
Tamsin,
not.
by the way.
Don't want you to drag me down. Taylor.
I mean, they
Nice
may
to
balance
meet
each
you.
other out.
It's kind of hard when you're next to perfection. Tamsin, roll me like an insight check. Just for funsies.
For funsies, I rolled a 5.
You cannot tell if she genuinely believes this or not. At this point, you kind of have to assume that she does. At the very least, you know why she ended up in Slytherin.
Mm-hmm. Well, you seem confident in your answer, and that's half the battle.
I think half the battle would be drawing. I don't think confidence has any bearing on it.
Don't until the best artists were confident in their work.
Right? Are you gonna sit down or?
Tamsin will plop down into her chair, kind of sarcastically.
Cool. And she will sit down across from you. All right. Everyone, roll me a performance check, please.
I kind of hope I do bad at this.
You can decide if you just want to do bad.
I just want to
you
do
want to.
bad because I actually drew something.
Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I've missed drawing for this class.
I'm using. Do I have inspo?
You know what? I was going to give everyone inspo for this session.
I actually have. Oh, wait, no, that's just me.
No. I was going to give everyone inspo for this session, so I will give Juno's and Rupert's back.
Using it.
We're using it. Oh, nice.
Never mind.
Can I use mine? Can I use stuff just fish crit or dry?
Yeah, go ahead if you want
Just
to.
at the end. Thank you.
And I will.
Yeah, I'll roll again too, just to see if I get a better roll.
Crit, 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 crit.
Ooh,
crit.
wow.
Nice.
Not a crit, but closer.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna go down the way here. All right. Sound good, everyone?
Yeah.
Yep.
Roger, Roger.
Just makes it easier. Rupert, you sit down with Darcy.
He has difficulty keep holding her eye line, I think.
Give me a little snapshot of what Rupert is doing. What is he creating? What does it look like? Keeping in mind your role.
I think it gets away from him a little bit. I think he's starting because he's drawing with charcoal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think he's doing a lot of the background, doing a lot of like shadow and stuff like that for the back, that you end up just kind of getting her as a white silhouette.
It almost looks a little freaky.
Yeah, that's with my 11.
Mm-hmm. And ooh, okay. So you are trying like to get this right. You mainly start focusing on the background because you don't want to just draw the figure and then forget about the background. So you get to it, and then you get up to look at her. And she looks kind of pensive down at what she's doing. You see her her charcoal kind of snaps at one point. She goes and continues drawing. You find it a little hard to look at her.
Got a second one, if you need it.
What was that?
I've got
She
a
looks
second
at me.
charcoal.
Oh, thanks. She reaches out and like kind of like her hand brushes yours as she takes the charcoal from you. I appreciate it.
Girl.
Girl.
No need to mention it. Huh. Sorry, I'm not very chatty today.
Oh.
History of Martial class threw me kind of for a loop. And
Yeah.
I thought that our professor would be kinder in Transfiguration class. And now I'm all out of sorts.
Oh, yeah. Today's been a lot. But, it's only the first day. Can't all be bad eggs, right? This class seems pretty okay.
I haven't even been really awake for it, I think. I wouldn't know.
Yeah. Everyone kind of fell asleep.
Sorry, I kind of made you look like a ghost. I was scared, making it too dark because you're so pale, but it turned out kind of creepy.
Well, better to turn out like that than what I did. Do you
What did you do?
You see her voice kind of wavers. Would you like to trade?
You didn't draw me with like horns and a tail, did you?
I wish it was something that cool. Do you trade?
Yeah.
You trade. And the sketchbook that you get, whatever she is, she's clearly not an artist. Your head is like an oval. It's very lopsided. It's not even really connected. Your hair looks kind of messy. It looks like she just colored in your hair and was trying to erase it. Everything looks smudged. Your eyes are lopsided. And she really only managed to do like a stick figure.
Why do I look like that?
I'm sorry. I didn't. I tried, and I'm not an artist. Don't laugh.
I think it's. Sorry.
Whoa, she says, looking down at yours. I look like a ghost.
See? It's a little bit humorous.
Yeah, a little bit. Honestly, if you put your work and my work together, could probably make a whole new style of art.
I feel at that point it'd just be one large black canvas.
Yeah, or regular Picassos.
Who's Picasso?
Oh, God.
You see an artist?
Pablo Picasso? He's like one of the most famous artists in the world.
Oh. As you can see, I'm not exactly in art history major.
Right. But I mean, neither am I, but I've still. You know what? It doesn't matter.
Honestly, I'm better at potions, if anything. I
Potions?
sometimes, yeah, I do them back home.
Oh, there's a potions class?
Yeah. If they call for partners, do you want to partner up there too? If you're not used to potions.
Sure, any help is good help. I don't know the first thing about potions.
Oh, it's simple. You just follow the recipe at least to start off.
I'm not exactly good at cooking either.
Well, thank goodness you're not going to be in a kitchen.
What's the difference between potions and cooking?
Well, I could explain, but we would be here all day.
All right. I trust you. Keep your chin up, Rupert. By the way. If you want someone to hang out with, I'll be around.
Yeah, I might need it. My sister, she, I guess I'm being clingy. She said it after I was trying to save her life, and it really stung.
I'm sorry. Did you talk to her about the way it made you feel?
No. Not exactly.
My dads tend to sometimes fight with each other. Happens with all married couples. But any kind of relationship. And they have this thing where they don't go to bed angry. So even if it's late, at the very end, they're allowed to be mad at each other, but they have to come together and talk about it. Maybe that's all you gotta do.
What if she just yells at me?
She's your sister, right?
Unfortunately, I can't deny that.
Well, you can choose your friends, but you can't choose your family.
Does that mean we're friends?
Yeah. Who else am I going to go to get this stellar artwork?
Regular Picasso.
Right. You're not so bad, Rupert. Don't.
Did someone say I was bad?
No, it's not. It's not meant to be like.
No, I was worried for a second.
And if there's nothing else to say about that scene, I think we can pull away. Wonderful. Lorelai Mooney. You are there with Gemma. She looks like her tongue is sticking out and she is trying very hard. She's scratching at the paper. Like part of the charcoal cracks a little bit and she's like, oh. And she continues. How are you? How are you doing?
Lorelai is like, every time she makes a stroke with the charcoal, she like cringes and winces a bit.
Mhm.
And then she tries to like smudge it through and she winces even more.
Mhm.
And she's like, no, okay, I got it. I'm visualizing it, and then she goes to make another mark and then immediately is like, no. She keeps looking up at Gemma and her face keeps falling more and more until
Mhm.
she kind of like stammers out a bit. Are you aren't the type to get angry if it's bad, right?
Are you saying that it's bad?
I'm not exactly an artist personally. I it's just not quite my cup of tea.
Well, she sits up and then like kind of pulls her sketchbook close to her. If that's the case, then I don't see the point in sharing either of our pieces together.
I mean, I can share it. I tried my best with it. I got the color of your eyes right, I think.
No,
I
no, you don't need
had to
to.
use something other than charcoal.
What do you mean? We're supposed to be using charcoal.
But that's so boring. It's just black and white then.
But that was the assignment.
But it's boring. And color is a lot more fun to work with. I think I got the colors right. She's gonna flip it over to show her.
Oh God! All right.
Can we pull this up for stream so Chris can see?
Yeah, go. Yeah. Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
I worked
Christ.
really hard on that. I like did a color picker for the skin tone.
You work so hard.
Yeah.
This is the thing that pops. Oh, good
Art is my
Lord.
passion.
Graphic design is my passion. Oh boy. Yeah. You flip your work over. You didn't use charcoal at all. You had a stash of like Copics markers in your side bag that you pulled out and decided to use instead. Gemma stares. She looks speechless.
I'm sure you did really great. You seem super focused.
Well, that's no. I don't see the point in sharing.
Oh, really?
Yes, I just think that yours is could use work, and you probably should have stuck to the materials. And from your side, a little shadow passes over you. Ladies, are we sharing our creations?
Gemma hasn't yet.
Miss Drayton? Yes.
What a narc.
Should your partner has shown her work, it's only customary that you do as well. Well, I don't. Okay. And she shows it to you. Her work is about as good as yours. She has. It's mainly just shapes that she was like your hair is like a dumbbell over your head. Your eyes are like two dots that are like in like sort of random places on your head. Your body is mostly robe. It's just like a robe shape, and she has 2 little triangles for the feet.
Lorelai slowly covers her mouth with her hand.
Don't laugh!
I'm not. I'm not laughing.
You're laughing!
I'm not.
Professor, tell her not to laugh at me. Everyone starts somewhere. And Miss Mooney,
Yes, Professor.
though I admire your practical application and use of color, I would like you to stick to the assigned instruments from now on.
Right, that would make sense.
Both of you have places that you can go from here. Neither is bad. There's just room to grow. And she walks away.
Lorelai will kind of go quiet and smirk to herself for a second. I really do think you make great use of negative space.
Oh, stop. It's just ridiculous. Room to grow? I've had art teachers. I should know how to do this.
Oh,
I would know how to do this if we were using magic.
It's a bit ridiculous that we're even in this class, yeah. I've never been any good at drawing.
Right? And I don't see the point in drawing the muggle way. We have wands. We can just use our wands for art.
Well, I guess it lies more in the muggle way can be kind of soothing, my mom says. It's less brain work if you're relaxed when you do it.
Well, I'm not soothed or relaxed at all about this. This looks like a mess.
I don't think you were soothed or relaxed going into it either.
And you seem pretty laid back.
I just think, it's our first year. Kind of feeling things out. And that includes art class, I guess, which will not be on my schedule for future years.
Feeling things out? Oh my god, you're a unicorn.
What?
A unicorn.
What does that mean?
Lorelai, give me a history of magic check.
Okay.
This is a small one.
Oh my god, if I can type. 13.
That's good enough. Unicorn is a popular slang term among wizards to describe someone who's just like optimistic and happy all the time, like always looking on the bright side. You would know this specifically because it's, linked to the purest creature that is said to ever walked the planet.
I think she'll laugh. I mean, I think someone's got to be, don't you? If you're going to be all cynic and realism, then if we're going to be friends, I guess I'll have to balance you out.
She has like her arms crossed, and she's kind of like, you see her like her leg bobbing up and down. You say that, and she kind of side eyes you a little bit. Well, if we're going to be friends, then you're going to have to do a lot better job at drawing me.
Right, I'll get right on it. Start taking classes tomorrow morning.
You better. I better get a new portrait. I better get a new portrait of myself every single morning.
Of course, you'll see notable growth.
Good. And she kind of turns up her nose, but there is a ghost of a little smile on her face.
Oh, I love Gemma.
Mm-hmm. All right. And we will cut the scene there. Juno.
Mm-hmm.
You are with Miss Janice of Airden.
Yeah.
You watch her. Let's see. Oh, okay. You watch her diligently sketch away at her pad. She doesn't really glance up at you, aside from maybe a couple of moments where you sort of lock eyes. But she doesn't seem nearly focused on that. She's just sort of looking at you and then looking back down at her page. Juno, what have you been doing, and what did you draw? Based on your roll?
12. I think that's like pretty average.
Mhm.
I think it's not that she like cares. I think Juno is just like she doesn't want to screw somebody over. Just
You're being
because
overly cautious.
Yeah. So I think she's just like, I don't enjoy this, but I'm trying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna play it safe. It's fine. It's whatever.
Mhm.
So she probably ends up. I think she tries to focus less on doing like a body and more focuses on like trying to get a decent amount of detail in like Janice's face and hair.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of giving that some flair. I think that's the extent that she's trying to go with an average roll.
Mm-hmm. You're working carefully, slowly, diligently. You're trying just to get all of the basics down. You're not trying to do anything fancy. There's no particularly fancy shading. You're just trying to make it so that you can at least present to her a competent picture. It's a few moments later that Janice's head finally lifts up. Are you done?
I am. I don't know how well you're going to enjoy this, though.
No, can't be too bad. You did say that you would try.
I did, and I certainly gave him my best, but I'm not an artist, so you kind of get what you get.
Neither am I, particularly. Would you like to show each other?
Yeah.
She flips her sketchbook over to you, and she had much the same MO as you did. It's really only from like the bust up, you sitting at your desk, looking down at the page. You see that she has a little bit more texture than you have in yours, but similar composite. She paid very close attention to the way that your eyelashes curl against your cheek and also your hair, but everything else seems pretty stock. There's no like shading or anything, nothing too fancy. But she's competent.
Not bad.
Thank you. I practice. And yours?
I didn't say I didn't warn you. And she'll flip hers around.
You flip yours over and she takes it. And she stares down at it for a moment. It's not bad. I honestly don't know what you were worried about. Most people could do much worse than this.
Suppose that's true. I guess I am just thankful that this time I didn't throw my sketchbook across the room. So
fond of throwing things?
I've been told that I might have a temper when I'm frustrated.
I suppose I understand that. This isn't bad. You have a good eye for a figure. And your perspective's pretty good too.
But you'd have notes on how to make it better.
Well, obviously. I have notes on how to make myself better too. I think everything could use improvement.
You mind sharing those notes?
Absolutely. The way that you do hair is it's too one note. Hair is a collection of many different strands all coming together. They shouldn't lay this stiffly. As for the lighting, the light doesn't appear to be coming from anywhere. Usually it should come from overhead or to the side or one direction.
One direction reference.
What?
Don't worry about it.
And the eyes are unfocused. They don't look like they're looking anywhere in particular. And I know that I was looking down at my page, so you should pay attention to where the eyes are going.
Okay. That was weirdly constructive criticism.
Well, I can be constructive. Occasionally.
Love to get your help in transfiguration class then.
She like winces when you say transfigurations. Right. Yeah.
Just you're a lot better of a caster than me in that class, and I bombed it today.
Well, of course. Of course I am. I studied the material before we got into class.
I slept until about an hour before breakfast.
Honestly, I don't know why he's teaching us this. You're not supposed to learn epoximize until second year.
Maybe he thinks that we're some kind of geniuses.
Or maybe he's incompetent.
Well, I did find booze in his desk, which was slightly concerning considering.
You what?
Yeah.
Were you the one that did that?
To be fair, if I'm going to be learning, the least he could be doing is, teaching me sober.
That's completely against school rules.
Technically, I didn't break a rule.
You pilfered through a teacher's desk.
I didn't take anything.
There is a moment, like a beat, where she bites back something. Do you have anything to say to me?
Okay, I think that your piece is good, but I would work a little bit more on the facial expression.
All right. Gino, roll me an insight check.
Okay.
Ooh.
24.
Yeah. So you're kind of getting an idea of the person sitting across from you. She thinks very, very highly of herself, But she ate some humble pie earlier with the whole getting stuck on the desk thing. You can kind of see now that she was deeply embarrassed by it. And when you mentioned transfigurations, it brought up that embarrassment. Um, Despite the fact that she seemed to have a kind of aversion to you, breaking school rules and doing that, there is a part of her that's holding her back. Like, not necessarily in fear of you, but more so like there are reasons, maybe a complex set of reasons why she kind of deflected and just went straight to, do you have any notes for me? There's more that she could say, and it seemed like she wanted to argue, but she didn't. She pulled back.
Got it.
Mhm.
Okay. Think I understand what's happening here.
Mm-hmm. She doesn't fear you, but you've made it very clear that you know what you know, and and she knows what your abilities are and what you're willing to do just on the fly.
Mm-hmm. And I've seen her in a vulnerable space where she was embarrassed.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yep.
She's smart. Is what you get.
I've been perceived.
You have been perceived.
Heck yeah.
Anything else, Juno?
No, other than she is going to just like make those adjustments in the background.
Wonderful. I think both of you end up getting praised by Professor Bruce, certainly.
Heck yeah.
Tamsin, you and Miss Taylor Moreno.
Yes.
Okay. Taylor doesn't look up at you once. She sits down and immediately starts drawing.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think Tamsin would probably take the cue from her and
Mhm.
also start drawing. But she's going to fill like the dead air by just very quietly muttering as she draws, kind of dictating what she's drawing.
You're like just saying like,
Yeah, she's narrating it for her.
and here's the cheek, and just kind of like a Bob Ross painting. You're Bob Rossing it.
Yep.
Happy little clouds.
Little shadow on the hairline. Erase this line, darken that one.
What are you doing? You look up. She's now staring at you. It's been a while, like of just dead silence filled only by your voice.
Sorry,
Why?
she's really quiet, so I figured.
I didn't hear anything of what you were saying. Were you trying to talk to me?
I mean, kind of, but I didn't want to disturb you. So just talking to myself instead.
That's really weird. You
Not
should see
as
someone
interesting
about.
as man.
You should see someone about that.
Well, my cousin says that a lot, but she's biased.
Your cousin's probably right.
Don't
Although I
ever
hear
tell her that.
psychiatry is expensive over here, so maybe you're just crazy. Are you done?
Just one more thing. Document these lines here. Ready when you are.
Yeah, sure. and you exchange your notebooks. Tamsin, tell us what you drew based on your roll.
Roll my performance check. So there's that.
Oh, you didn't roll your performance check? Ooh.
Yeah, it's just a light sketch. Almost. The form's there, but there's not a ton of detail.
Mm-hmm. You were doing all of that narration for just for just like a light sketch.
100%.
She looks down at it.
It's like a side profile too, which is the worst part.
I don't hate it. She says, Tamsin, you take a hold of her sketchbook and you look down. She got a natural 20. Tamsin, this is a work of art. There has never been like a better picture of you, honestly. Like, it's shaded really well. She got the texture of your hair. She got the light glinting off your glasses. She got the little ruffle to your collar. You didn't even realize your collar was flipped up until you looked at this. How did she do that? She didn't even look at you.
Oh, you weren't joking about being really good at this.
Yeah, right? I know what I'm about.
Yeah,
Yours isn't
apparently
bad.
it's beating, but it's. She said, like, kind of looks. She takes and holds the two of them up close to each other. Just kind of gives Taylor, like, seriously.
Yeah. I mean, it's nowhere near mine, but not everyone can be me. So yours is a good start.
You know, you were really quiet. I was wondering how you ended up in Slytherin, but it's. You're certainly quietly confident. She says, but I guess this is really good. I can't even be mad.
I don't know how I ended up here either. I sat down in the chair and it was quiet for like 5 minutes.
She, like, looks at the photo again. She's like, is my hair really that frizzy at the moment? She, like, starts messing with it.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you, but I didn't care.
It's all
Should
the
probably
rain.
Should probably go to the bathroom and fix that. Can I keep this? She says, pointing down at your sketch of her.
Only if I can keep this one.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Don't ruin it though.
I'll be sure to keep its pristine condition.
Good. Some of my best work. It's gonna be worth a lot when I become famous.
In that case, you have to sign it.
No, that's right. And she takes it and then signs her name at the bottom. It's a shit signature. It's honestly, it doesn't even look like she knows cursive. It's just like a bunch of loops. Doesn't even look like a T in there. There you go. Remember that.
I'll make sure it has a place of prominence once you become rich and famous.
Yeah. Can sell it on Antiques Roadshow or something. And unless you have something else to say, Mara, I think we're going to cut it there.
Yeah, that's good. My cat just jumped on my desk, so now it's probably a good time.
You know, Brooke leaving kind of threw off the stuff, but Maxwell, I think, was next. And we'll save Julia for the end.
Sounds good.
Maxwell, you are sitting across from Drusilla Pruitt. You heard her last name was. Why don't you make me a history of magic check while you're drawing?
All right then. Let's see what I know. 19.
So, you would know. Pruitt is very, very prominently, Pruitt is Sacred 28. That's a pureblood family name. At this current moment, you'd think that they're related. They fall across a lot of the, quote unquote pureblood family lines, the famous big 28. You know that they are potioneers, but that's pretty much all that you know. Yeah, the last you remember any kind of prominent Pruitt, it would be you remember there being a Pruitt in the Wizengamot, but that was a long time ago. Usually they have red hair. She does not. In fact, she isn't who you expect at all to be attached to the name Pruitt. But that's all that you can get from a 19. And she is kind of diligently kind of sketching you quietly on her end. She seems to have followed through with the you're not going to get anything from me threat from before. And how does your sketch look based on what you rolled? How's it going? What's your way of doing things?
So his way of doing things is basically it looks just like her, but he's thrown in some additional details. He has dotted her hair and her eyes with little images of stars. And in the background, he has drawn her, kind of drawn the background of the potion shop they met in.
All right. So you're just finishing yours, and she is quietly, it looks like she finishes the last touches on hers, and you see her set the charcoal down and kind of like rub her fingers together.
All right. A few more moments and I should be done. How do you think yours went?
Well, mine looks fine. What about yours? Or were you just taking notes on me?
Do you really... I'm doing the assignment. I'm not here to... Do you think I'm here to just dig up stories for my mother or something?
Honestly, yes.
Look, my mother is someone who very much wishes for people to know things. When she writes in the Prophet, the paper is sold more people read it, more people talk about it, more people know about what's going on. She's an ally of informing others of what is happening.
I think that she's an ally of her wallet and sensationalism. Everyone knows that Reader Skeeter doesn't write the truth. She just writes what's most entertaining.
Criticism I've heard of her before, but always falls flat because my mother knows that you have to get people in the door to actually start selling something. And once they're in, then they start knowing what's actually going on.
You can't honestly believe that. She like kind of looks at you and hold on. Yeah. Oh my god, you believe that.
It's easy to believe when it's true.
Yeah, and who told you it was true?
My mother. And why would she lie to me?
Same reason she lies to everyone else.
My mother doesn't lie about what she writes. She's very honest in her opinion.
And she's delusional.
You keep saying that, and yet she's won awards for it. She gets featured in it, interviewed for it. People line up to have her write for them.
Just because you win an award doesn't mean that you're telling the truth. People win tons of awards and lie.
And yet, my mother continues to write, and people continue to read, and people continue to discuss, and people continue to be informed.
People continue to soak up the ravings of a brainless hack. And she slaps her sketchbook down in front of you. Her art of you is, in a word, exceptional. She has great use of lighting. She has great use of form and figure. She even got the lines of the creases of your the sleeves of your robes. She did a good job. She even was starting the background as well. You see some shapes of like, the other people behind you and the distant desks. She's good.
That looks fantastic. You have quite the talent for this. Practiced?
I spend a lot of time by myself, so gotta find some things to do.
I guess we both share that in common. I've spent a lot of time by myself as well. Didn't get out much.
Mm-hmm. And yours?
It's not an exact replica, but it is, I believe, recognizable as you, Drusilla. Here it is.
You got a natural 20, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah. She looks down at this page and, like, with wide eyes, just kind of stares at it. How did you do that?
Time, practice, and a bit of creativity. I have a fascination with the stars, if you couldn't tell.
I see that. You really didn't ask me any questions about myself at all during this. I'm kind of shocked.
Well, if you're willing to accept advice from willing to accept advice that comes from me via what you call a talentless hack, I'm willing to share it.
I don't think you're a talentless hack.
Oh no, this advice comes from my mother. It's yours to take or leave.
Go ahead.
There's just as much you can learn about someone from what they don't say as to what they do say.
Great. Now I feel like I'm being observed.
I was going to say that you have a remarkable hand when it comes to drawing, and I feel like that might translate into other avenues. I bet your handwriting is very neat, almost formal, an example that people would use to show it. Am I wrong?
She kind of looks like she squints at you. Are you profiling me?
I think I can, despite my lack of experience, I think I can get a good read on somebody, even if they try to hide something. It's very hard to hide who you are.
She's already someone who's incredibly pale, but you see her kind of lock down a little bit when you say that. Well, feel free not to look anymore. There's nothing to figure out here. And she grabs her stuff and walks out of the room. You can make an insight check, Maxwell.
I'm gonna inspo that.
Okay.
$18.
It seemed kind of obvious to you, but there's something. People don't walk away. People don't lock down like that if there's nothing to hide. She has something to hide. There's a story there that she does not want to get out. And for whatever reason, it might be because of your, for this reason, that she's so hypercritical of your last name and your mother. But she fears what you have the ability to do.
Well, I guess. I suppose she might not like me very much, but she doesn't. But maybe if I keep trying, she might see past the name and just be a bit more accepting of me. Now, what am I to do with this picture of her?
And I think we're going to cut away there and leave you to decide what to do with that picture of her that you have.
One picture of Drusilla, 3 galleons. Anyone?
Anyone? All right. Last but not least, Julia.
Yee.
Okay. Delilah has her feet up on the desk and she's leaning back. She has her tongue sticking out and she has her arm up bracing the sketchbook on it, and she's just trying to she's scratching at the page fervently. She's looking over at you frequently and she's nodding her head yeah, got it. some of these, and some of these. Julia, what are you doing? What does your creation look like based on your role?
I feel like Julia, like, just from the moments that she's interacted with Delilah so far, thinks that Delilah is really cool. So, so she ends up drawing Delilah like an anime character, um, and adds in a sword.
Really? You added a sword? Okay.
Like,
what did you roll?
I rolled either an 18 or a 19. Let me double check.
I can also double check. It's a 19. That was a 19, yeah. So this looks pretty good. Like for like an anime character and stuff, she's holding a sword. She actually looks a little bit like a Sailor Moon character.
Yeah.
You got that kind of like shoujo wispiness to it. Very light artwork. You did a pretty good job. She looks really confident, and it's hard not to look down at your creation and see something valuable there, but you know, you're you. So you end up second guessing yourself.
Yeah, it's very much, she's just like, wait, oh no, is this, like, yeah, she's gonna think this is weird. Why'd I add the sword? And she's
Okay.
like,
I think I'm done. I got it. And she like sets her feet back down on the ground. Masterpiece, I think.
I hope it's nothing too scathing. Well, I mean, Professor Bruce said to draw our partners how we see them. So I like, Julia's trying to basically say like, oh, I like, hey, preemptively basically be like, hey, yeah, if you drew me as like a total wimp, then then no worries, I totally understand.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, yeah, don't worry. It's okay if the drawing isn't super flattering.
No, I think I got your likeness pretty well. She says she's very confident. And it kind of makes you go, oh no.
I am. Yeah, I tried to draw like with the assignment, draw how you kind of see the person. But it might be a little silly.
Well, you want to trade?
Okay. Just, I don't draw too often, so don't. Don't. I'm sorry if it isn't any good. And she'll hand Delilah her note or her sketchbook.
And she hands you hers. Julia, you get presented a sketchbook. She did not do well on her role, but she was not planning to do well. What you see is the likeness of Julia in a very like stripped down cartoony style where she has like a very nervous smile, her eyebrows are up, her eyes are just like two little dots. And she's got like two big muscular arms and she's flexing on the page.
I think it actually like gets a genuine little chuckle out of Julia. She just, it's very quiet, but she's like
and she gets yours and like her jaw drops Julia, this is so good. I have to keep this. You gotta let me keep this.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Am I holding a sword?
Yeah, a lot of characters and shows that are cool have swords, so I
Oh, you
was
think I'm
like,
cool?
uh, and Julia like starts to go like beet red, like, I mean, it, I mean, you're like confident and you don't throw up on the moving stairs.
High praise for someone who got lost this morning. But this is so cool, Julia. Thanks. You're gonna let me keep this?
If, yeah, if I can keep this, and Julia will show, Delilah the picture she drew. Like,
Yeah, I'm not much of a drawer, so I decided to do my own thing. Hope you don't mind.
I like that you're able to do your own thing without, you know, uh, losing your nerve. I don't know if I could do it like you can.
Are you kidding me? You just did.
Well,
Julia, you drew me with a sword. You did your own thing.
yeah, it's
It's gonna take a lot for me to get you out of that shell, huh?
Julia. Julia is kind of just like feel like on one hand she feels comfortable with Delilah, on the other hand she's awkward and nervous, and so she's just kind of like, um, so she's just kind of like, I mean, like I'm like a turtle. I can I can be out of my shell and still in it at the same time. I don't think that made any sense.
I'm gonna take your word for it. I don't know much about turtles, but I think that you have a lot less to worry about than you think you do. Just you can just stick by me, yeah? I'll keep you safe. And maybe make it so you stop listing all of the terrible things that, could possibly happen to you on the stairs.
um, Julia will say, "Yeah, I'll." The it's a it's a lot easier to not be scared when there are others around. So I appreciate it.
Yeah. No problem, Julia. And from there,
And she'll like,
you hear the bell ringing overhead. Oh, that's your Come on, Julia. And she grabs your wrist and pulls you out. We gotta make it there
just
before
lets out.
anyone. Yeah, we gotta make it there before all this good stuff's taken. And she pulls you out of the classroom. For the rest of you, Class ends in a relative comfortable silence. You get up, you make your way with more or less a new companion or a new mystery, and head down towards the Hogwarts Great Hall for dinner. They're serving stuffed duck and mashed potatoes, along with a plethora of other sides. Your first day is done. And that leaves a little bit of a pang in your chests. The first day of the rest of your lives for the foreseeable future. A day of success and a day of bewilderment. It could have gone better, but you suppose nothing blew up. That has to count for something, right? At the very least, you'll be ready for tomorrow, and whatever that may hold. You look down at your schedules. Defense against the Dark Arts class. Now that sounds like an adventure. And that's where we're going to end tonight's episode.
Ooh.
Thank you, everyone, for playing. Thank you, Chris, for watching, and everyone else. We will see you again in the next week. Bye-bye,
Heck yeah.
everyone.
I'll catch y'all
Bye.
later. I need to get to bed like super quick because